Testing, testing. I'm glad I had on at least one of my shirts. I have now determined that if you go live on OBS, logged into YouTube, that you'll automatically start the stream. You don't actually have to start it on the live streaming portion on YouTube. So that's a thing. Give me a few moments, boys, as I get ready. Just got out of the shower. Still getting my lights and everything set up. Get my second computer on. Is this working? Let's see. Test. Make sure. Actually, I'll check it on this. Clean, dude. I am super clean. I'm cleaner than most people. It's certainly more than most libertarians. All right, awesome. Seems to be working on that end. Get some water. Whew. We're just gonna jump right into this. I have them waiting in the lobby. As you can see that they're waiting on StreamYards. I just got out of the shower. Love you guys. I know I started a few minutes behind, but my son got me covered in mulch, wet mulch, so I had to take another shower after I dropped him off and was working on a couple other things, and time got ahead of me. But I appreciate you guys. We'll figure out who Krod is together. Check out his YouTube channel. I forgot to put in the link in the description, but if you search Krod 7435 or Krod 1990, I think, or 1995, he'll tell you. You can find him in either places. Let me just get rid of this. And what is over here? Bitch. My green screen was fucking up. All right. It's in the title. Yeah. There you are. All right, let's testing. Let me actually make sure that my mic is working. And then let me put on some background music super quick to make sure that that is coming through. Sorry about the late start, boys. All right, let's see. Fix the audio. You're quiet. Aren't you the person that comes in here multiple times to tell me that? I'm looking at my audio. My audio is almost peaking in the red. I can pop my gain up a little bit. There we go. Is that better? That's about the only place I can do it without doing it. Make sure my virtual audio cables are set, but OBS is peaking in the red when I yell. Way better. Really? That little bit of a difference. All right. Oh, for whatever reason. Yeah. See, if I yell, it peaks in the red. Nah, turn it down. Fuck off. I'm not playing this game, all right? If I get loud, it peaks in the red. I'll cut it, right? Which is, but on OBS, it stays in the yellow. All right, we're good. Let me just put OBS down, put this up, get rid of this. And let's bring Krod in.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going all right. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. I can hear you.
Yeah, sorry about the little bit of a slow chat start there. You heard me.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
All right, let me just grab this notification and what the hell? There we go. Let me just grab this video and we'll put it in the Discord and then I'll be good to go. Sorry about all the. I told you I was going to be a couple minutes behind, right? Did I?
Yeah.
Sorry. running around like a chicken with my head cut off.
Yeah.
All right, let me grab that. And then we can get started. Everyone. All right. Sorry about that. So, you reached out to me, Krod. You said that you were in SneckTube, or maybe not SneckTube. Maybe you were in just Liquid Zulu's regular server. And you said you talked to him. You'd seen me on a couple things. You wanted to chat. First, you said you wanted to debate, and then you were like, "Well, it's more like a discussion. Just kind of want to talk about libertarianism, etc." And I was like, "Yeah, sure. This should be fun. This should be a nice little because I'm talking to Jack Lloyd tomorrow, and I didn't have anything to do today." And I was like, "Well, tomorrow's gonna be super nerd heavy. You know what I mean? Maybe if there's some questions." You know what I mean? Like tomorrow's gonna be super, super nerd heavy. So I was like, maybe if there's some questions, whatever, And I looked at a couple of your videos. But I didn't go. They were mostly just gaming stuff, and fight game stuff and things like that. So I was like, all right, well, this ought to be chill. We'll have a little bit of fun. We'll answer some questions and kind of just see where this is at. And sometimes you got to take a little bit of a risk. So hi, Krod. I am Scott from Fabian Liberty. Why don't you tell everybody who you are and what you're about?
Yeah, I mean, for me, my name's Kieran. I'm originally from Albany, New York, but I live in Florida. But yeah, I got into libertarianism pretty quick back in 2017. I used to be a really big time status back in the past, and I was really heavy with the whole, I guess democratic, left leaning type of ideals. But then after that, I just got connected with Rothbard, Larkin Rose, everybody within the whole libertarian sphere, and I just naturally turned right into becoming a full-blown anarcho-capitalist. And I think the biggest great thing about anarcho-capitalism is that anytime when we're wrong, we always correct ourselves, but we have a fun conversation about it. But compared to my days when I used to be a status, anything that you say to have a argument against somebody else's political position, they get mad at you. And I think that's always been the biggest problem with political philosophy, because every person that has been, I should say, indoctrinated by government schooling, they're always so enamored with being obedient, and therefore, whenever you have a better, objection to someone else's ideas, they want to viciously go after you. And I would say that the great thing about how my conversion helped me get better is to listen to people like you, Liquid Zulu, Larkin Rose, Stefan Molyneux, and then I just watch a bunch of economics videos by Bob Murphy, Ludwig von Mises, Murray Rothbard, Milton Friedman, David Friedman. But I always get better because I am a believer of never stop learning and always question your ideals. So that's just basically who I am.
Yeah, I mean, you're on a journey of self-discovery that, for whatever reason, in anarcho-capitalism never ends. For one reason or another, right? It's like you never know enough. Yeah, no, I mean, so you are now you're converting people. We're saving lives. Yeah, right. Yeah, no, I definitely identify with that story, in the sense that I started off as a Democrat family, and then I swung further left, right? I'm not full-blown communist. I read Marx, and I read some Engels, and and I read some. Mostly, what I read at a young age was leftists' opinions of these people, right? I didn't read Das Kapital until much later, and then I didn't read Engels' scientific and socialism, scientific, and utopia until much later, etc. Some of the foundational documents, but nevertheless, I started off as a leftist, and kind of had a similar journey. So, I mean, maybe a little bit longer, maybe a little bit more life events that sparked certain things. And it's funny that you mentioned Robert Murphy, because chaos theory was the oh my God, what is it called? Oh my god, I can't think of it. The needle. It's not the needle. What is it that broke the camel's back?
Oh man.
There's an idiom, and now I can't think of the idiom. My brain is just gone. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's there. It was the last bit for me.
Yeah.
And but yeah, no. So what is it specifically that you wanted to talk about? Because, like I said, you said the straw that broke the camel's back. Why could I not think of that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, like what is it that you're thinking? Because I mean, like I said, initially you DM'd me and you said you wanted to debate, and you're like, well, not necessarily debate. I just want to talk. Like, well, is there questions you wanted to ask? Something specific? An issue that you had, or something you wanted elucidated? Like where are you at right now? Beyond just kind of being like libertarianism's cool.
I think it's just more to do with like, being like around with the right community of people that are principled within libertarianism. Because there were like a couple libertarians that I did like, kind of like like people like Adam Kokesh, and then I was just like, okay, he was good at first, but then once he said some weird crazy ideas, then I was just like, no, like I don't like that. And then it came with like a guy like Christopher Canvo, and then you had like some weird ANCAP, like, well, I wouldn't even want to say that they were ANCAPs, but I think, like, for example, like, like for certain people that cling on to libertarianism to say, yes, like, I love what the ANCAP philosophy, they like it, but then they try to, like, fake it to try to, like, go up against the community. And then they try to create, like, all this, like, political divide tension to try to, like, hold people down when they're trying to discuss certain ideas of, like, what could happen in a free society. And therefore, they utilize those type of beliefs to say like you can't think this way because humans are such and such this, and then they just go back to like their status arguments, and then they start contradicting themselves to say that everybody needs to be told what to do, and like people shouldn't have to share ideas with disagreeing like opinions.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm still not exactly sure. I mean, you reached out to me because when you reached out to me, you said, let me see, I supported your channel through Liquid Zulu in past debates in the past. I want to ask if I can get a debate in with you if possible. And then we talked a little bit later, and then you said, I just wanted to chat about various issues regarding about libertarianism, current events, and economic, political, cultural events in society for the Western world. Don't have a particular debate in mind. But I mean, do you have any disagreements with my position on these things? Like, it seems like what you're saying is,
yeah.
It seems like what you're saying is that you're attempting to get to know anarcho-capitalism via content creators in a certain space, and that you've recognized that there's kind of a pipeline of content creators where there are paleo libertarians and libertarians that exist on like the main stage with a lot of views and a lot of clout, and everybody kind of knows them. And then as you begin to read the literature and learn more about the philosophy, you begin to realize that these people are paleo libertarians that are really just kind of like constitutionalist conservatives that like drugs.
Yeah.
Or that like want to end wars, including the drug war. And then like you're kind of like coming into a place where you want to have a more strict, rigid sense of the philosophy, which is cool. I appreciate that. I like that. It sucks that like that there has to be a pipeline to us.
Yeah.
For sure. But I mean, like, what are your questions? Like, what are the unanswered libertarian quandaries that you have now that you've moved into the more hardcore space that you're like I got to know these things. These are the things other people weren't giving me.
Yeah, I would say it's probably just dealing with like the people that want to, be serious about, what you're, talking in regards to libertarianism. I think it's more to do with like our group of people, because I think like back to what you were saying like about like the paleo libertarian group of people. I'll use like Dave Smith as a great example. Like I used to like watching him a lot, but then once I started seeing your videos and how you broke everything down about how Dave Smith, he's wrong about what he was saying in certain podcasts that he said, then I'm just like, well, I might have to deal with the same thing with maybe like maybe Larkin Rose or maybe even Eric July, and I just don't know like who to really be with in order to like feel like principally connected with like the right group of people.
Yeah, I mean, so it is an interesting thing that I have kind of experience with. This is also dangerous territory for me, because it's an invitation to shit on other content creators, which never looks good. Because anytime you do that, you kind of look like you're just jealous or you're clout chasing. Even if you have legitimate concerns, which I don't give a fuck. Like, I'll say it. I'm just, I've got it starting off this way, right? Because I'm like, all right, well, let's talk about it, right? But there's kind of no good way to say anything that I'm about to say, which is to say that the way that I view content creation in general is an understanding of the IQ distribution bell curve, right? So, and no, I'm not talking about Eric July being black, right? Like, this isn't a racist IQ thing. Right? Like this, before we get into that, that's not what I'm saying. All right. What I'm saying is that if you understand a standard distribution, and IQ tends to follow standard distribution, right? Then you understand that 2/3 of everybody is within one standard deviation of the mean, right? Which is to say that 2/3 of the population of the United States are between 85 to 115 IQ, roughly, right? Obviously, there's, females peak more, males tend towards the ends of the distribution. Obviously, there's the Flynn effect. Obviously, IQ doesn't always follow a perfect distribution, especially once you consider that, like, below certain IQ points, you're brain dead, whereas at the other end of the distribution, you can be smarter. And so why do I bring that up? The reason I bring that up is that it appears to me, having been doing this for a little while now, I took a little bit of a hiatus from live streaming, but it appears to me that most political consumers of content, what they want to see is something that, like, in psychology you would call like a tip of the tongue, right? So how, like, when you're trying to say something and you can't, it was actually just happened with the straw that broke the camel's back, right? For whatever reason, I had forgotten that idiom. So it's right on the tip of my tongue. It's right there. Like, I'm envisioning it. I was thinking of the word hay and, like, needle in a haystack. I was thinking of similar things. I was almost there. I had the idea, but I hadn't put it into, like, into words that made sense. Let me cut this light off. I left one extra light on.
Oh, okay. Yep.
So it's like, wait a minute. I was like, why does my lighting look off? So you have all of these. So what people's dopamine like is when they're rewarded for figuring something out, right? It's one of the reasons why pop songs are so popular, is that even though pop songs don't tend to be complicated or that great, if a pop song has a really catchy chorus, then you get a dopaminergic kind of rush when you start to sing the chorus. You start to sing along because you got it, right? Like your brain likes things that it can figure out that don't make it feel stupid.
Yeah.
I think the same thing is true with political content creation, which is to say that if your content is really, 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 like, high brain, then you're gonna lose out on a majority of the audience, because no one wants to be lectured to when they get off of work and they go watch YouTube videos, right? Like, no one and it's like, it sucks because, like, I want to lecture to some people, right? But nobody wants to be lectured. No one wants to feel like an idiot from some fat neckbeard that sits in his house making videos all day, or talking on the internet or something, as opposed to, like, going out and getting a real job. But if you're saying what I'm thinking, but you're putting it in words that make me go, exactly that, yeah, that's what I was thinking, like that, right? Like, if you're going, I was thinking that, and then you said that, and now I know we're on the same brain wave, right? That is what's gonna zone of proximal development. Yeah, I mean, so Sure. If you want to use like zone of proximal development is Vygotsky's kind of thing when it comes to like scaffolding and like learning, and like that I guess it's a similar thing, like utilizing and actually now that I think about it, cognitive psychologists do believe that they use the prime thing, which is tricking learning portions of the brain for algorithms. So zone proximal development is actually the perfect word for it, even though it's not exactly what I'm talking about, because that's also what algorithms prioritize. Is they prioritize things that trick the learning portions of your brain, things like that. But long story short, I mean that to say this. So when you understand those two concepts, then you understand that the people that are going to get the biggest audience are people that are ever so slightly smarter than those two portions of the core audience that there is to get, which is to say someone ever so slightly smarter than 85 to 100, right? And then a group of people that is ever so slightly smarter than the 100 to 115. Or maybe they're in that group, but they spend all day researching or talking about things. So what does that mean? That means your most famous, your most clout-having, your most well-known content creators are going to be idiots and midwits. That's what that means. Always. And that the very, very intelligent, hardworking people are they're okay. Actually, they're gonna be idiots and midwits that are hardworking, that put in a lot of hours and make a lot of content. That's who's gonna be famous. Somebody like Tim Pool, for example. Tim Pool's a midwit, right? Like you can listen to him speak and know that he kind of never really fully gets it ever, if you're smart. And if you're like a midwit, or an idiot, you're like, wow, this guy really gets it, and he's constantly putting out content, right? Like that dude works his ass off to like always have interview people, always have people, have multiple different companies. He's got viral tweets. He's got people that he's managing for articles, right? Like he's putting out a shit ton of content. And this content is brain candy for the idiots and midwits. And that's why he's the most famous. If he was to put in the same work ethic, but be a genius, well, he'd have Liquid Zulu's numbers, right? Liquid Zulu is a prime example of someone who's a genius and puts in a fuck ton of work. And he doesn't have a whole lot to show for it. I'm not trying to shit on Liquid Zulu or be like, oh, his channel's so small, ha ha ha, because like his channel's twice the size of mine. but you get what I'm saying, right? You know what I mean? Like that's just kind of how it is. So yeah, I do think that there is a pipeline to people that are a little bit more catered. And I don't want to say like, oh, I'm catered to the smartest people in the room. Blah, blah, blah. I'm not trying to say that. I'm just saying that like I cater to people that care about the philosophy, and that can be stupid people too. And also I do debate bro shit. I do shit to cater towards the middle too. Like I'm not by any means like this fucking heady, super smart guy. I'm just saying that you're not going to get a ton of people that really know the philosophy, that really understand how to argue these things, in the upper echelons of the clout. So I'm glad that you found people like. I also, for the record, I think Larkin Rose is fine. I mean, I have some disagreements. I think it's been a long time since I've looked at their specific arguments, but last time I remember checking and I have some stuff. I don't have any issues with Larkin Rose, at least not off the top of my head.
Yeah, like I mean, like I'm definitely on board with you. It's just like I've been back and forth with like multiple certain libertarian circles, but it's always been like the ones that try to like lie about libertarianism, especially like the ones that claim to be like minarchists, and then they just make up lies to say like, well, what the main goal of our philosophy is to limit government, not to get rid of government. And I'm like, no, that's where I'm like, I'm a purist, and then people want to get mad at me for it. And then I'm like, well, that's the root of our actual philosophy. And many philosophers that came before us have actually argued for that. And it's like people want to get, upset about that. And it's like I don't know if that's just like a common thing within like the libertarian community where there's some form of political infighting, but I think that's just like toxic behavior where you get people out of Dave Smith's, camp of, fandom, where people will just make up the worst lies about, libertarianism, and then, those people will try to have people from other political ideologies to coexist with them, and therefore that gives like the, I guess at the brainwash status like more, like I guess like a misconcepted, like a misconceptual information that drives people away from from libertarianism alone. And I think as that continues to grow.
I'll say this. No. It's fine. I think I get where you're going with this.
Yeah.
So I think what libertarianism has is I don't want to say unique, I'll say distinct weakness. And it is a similar weakness that Christianity has, right? Which is that the philosophy of Christianity, as well as the philosophy of libertarianism, has an obsession with truth. This song is geeking me out. All right, next song. It has an obsession with truth. And that was the downfall of Christianity, right? Like when you look at Aquinas, right? Like Aquinas is arguing in favor of Christianity, this concept that, he's trying to, when you look at like imams, right? They will assert that the Quran is fundamental word of God, and that if you interpret it differently than they interpret it, then you're just a heretic, you're a non-believer, you're going to apostate, and the punishment for apostasy, ought be death, wink, wink, right?
Yep.
And then depending on like how horrible their country is, depends on whether or not they just go, it is death, you know what I mean? Like, here's the hit, right? And there is and there's also something similar between Christianity and libertarianism too, which is a desire for nonviolence. A desire to not necessarily impose order. I understand that there have been plenty of, there are plenty of Christnats, there are plenty of justifications of aggression through Christianity. I'm not saying Christianity is nonviolent or passive. What I'm saying is that there is a concept of, in Judeo-Christian, values that go all the way back to Judaism, a concept of like, we're all children of God, and that like, if people are repentant, then we like ought not, aggress upon them in some ways. They wouldn't use it the same way, right? You know what I mean? Like you could look at the book of Job, for example, or Jonah, sorry. Jonah and the whale is not the really important part, right? The important part is God has domain over everything. So even when you attempt to escape in the seas, you end up drowned. And then you have to eventually admit that you'll do what God tells you to do. And then Jonah goes to preach to their enemies. And instead of their enemies going, fuck you and fuck your Christian God, they go out into the streets and they clothe themselves in sackcloth and ashes, and they repent for the crimes that they have done against the Jewish people, God's chosen people, and wish for the protection of God. And so God doesn't smite them. And Jonah's like, what the fuck? Why are we not smiting these people after all the sins they've done? It's like, no, they repented, right? Like they're forgiven. And so when you combine these two things, this obsession with truth, right? So like Aquinas, like I said, his concept was like, oh, if science proves something, right? Or if reason, he would say reason, shows something to be one way, and the Bible shows it to be the other way. Well, these are just two different forms of knowing. And so either your reason or your science is wrong, or your interpretation of the Holy Scripture is wrong. One of these is wrong. They can't contradict. In fact, they must go together. And so it's this very thing that led to the Enlightenment was this concept of truth, of objective reality. And although libertarianism isn't objectivism, right, it does purport to claim, especially with argumentation ethics, the objective kind of morality of the non-aggression principle, right? There is a morality that is imposed upon all people, regardless of culture, regardless of religion, regardless of anything, of this morality, this objective kind of thing. And it has an obsession with truth and philosophy that you don't see in vague political philosophies that are okay with contradictions, right? such as, you know, Marxism or socialism or republicanism or Burkean conservatism or, you know, any of these other political ideologies that are self-correcting via, you know, the kind of the dialectic. And I don't mean Hegelian dialectics per se, but like Marxist materialist dialectics, right? Like this, you know, antithesis and thesis contradicting, and then we'll just, oh, there's a contradiction, that's cool, you just don't understand the power dynamics that overwrite reality in some way, and then once you interpret it via that, then you actually have an understanding of the truth of the matter. And so I know this is a really long-winded, I just tend to be long-winded, but like what I think you're seeing is that aspect, right? Is the fact that because libertarianism cares about truth, it has a weakness to truth that other ideologies don't have. Because other ideologies can simply shift the goalpost, or they can claim that truth is like this people's will of the people, as Dave Smith recently said, unfortunately. Right? Like that, it doesn't matter, you know, we're justified because of some nebulous social contract or something, right? Like there is no there's no libertarianism has a deep concern with anything that is a logical contradiction, and it's a weakness because it's really difficult for us to gobble up all of the idiots to kind of support our bids for power. When we don't want power, we want to give up power, and when we purge people that are wrong. It's a bit of a paradox, right? Like how does the libertarian gain the influence to reduce the size and scope of the state when we have an aversion to power and we have an aversion to stupidity, both of which are kind of necessary to gain the credence and power that the current systems depend upon.
Yeah, because I was actually talking with this other good libertarian YouTuber that I like following, Patrick Smith. He's that YouTuber that runs Anarchast, and
yeah, I've spoken to him once. I did like one thing with him. I want to speak to him more, but we never had a cause to link up on anything.
Yeah. Yeah, like I was just trying to just, you know, say, like, as far as, you know, what Patrick told me in the past, because I just had a recent show with him, but he was basically saying, like, most people don't care about what us libertarians that are actually educated would want to hear, you know, on a philosophical praxis. I'm just obviously just, you know, summarizing it to to paraphrase, but I think as far as what people can do to basically push that needle further into our direction, I think it's better for us to create more, I should say, like, create more social push with those that you want to be with, to create that community together and create that chemistry of those that want to build those values with you, so you can, yeah.
I kind of agree. But I that's good. That's positive. I think the main thing is, so I'm gonna do a really, it's not a backhanded compliment. It's really more of like a front-handed insult, right? Towards Eric July, right? Which is, here's how I feel about Eric July. On one hand, he claims to be an ANCAP, and yet he very rarely ever talks about ANCAP philosophy at all. He goes onto very large platforms and mostly just talks about culture war conservative bullshit. And it's like geeks and gamers shit bitching about like Disney's like 700th fucking show. That's woke. It's like, okay, fucking, did you not learn the last 20 times they did this? Like stop talking. But it's obviously a grift to a certain, as far as, I don't want to say it's a grift, because it's not a grift in the sense that they're lying, but like it's a grift in the sense that like this is a constant thing that you can bring up that makes money. Like you found your thing that makes money, that engages conservatives. So that's your pocket, that's your lane. But if you attempt to follow them for a long time, it just becomes annoying because it's the same thing over and over again. And it's, again, grift is not the right word, right? Because grift implies like lying. I don't think they're lying or disingenuous in any way. I do think it's a little bit of faux outrage when they're like, "Can you believe this?" And it's like, dog, yeah, because I watched your last video. That's why I believe this one. Like, they're the same video. Yes, Silk Fox, he has made ANCAP videos in the past. And yet they have like 1.2K views on a channel with like 200,000 subs or something. I have to go look again. I don't know. It's been a while since I've checked his sub count. I don't know. But like an astronomically high sub count, his ANCAP videos don't touch my top videos in terms of views.
Yeah.
he knows there's no money in making it. And so I'm not really mad at him for not being like, well, anyways, hold on, guys. Let's talk about aggression. You know what I mean? Like, I get it. So I'm not really mad at him. I'm just saying it's upsetting to see someone have that platform and very rarely use that platform to discuss libertarianism. And at the same time, Eric July is doing what I think is arguably far more important than anything that I'm doing, which is recognizing that philosophy is downstream of culture and culture is politics is downstream of culture and culture is downstream of philosophy. And people like myself and Liquid Zulu attempt to engage and find philosophers, find people that really want to know the philosophy, that can become one day a part of the intelligentsia, or can really know their shit in such a way that it flames, burns, and gatekeeps the movement and maintains purity of the philosophy, and new ideas emerge within our group that create new philosophies, build upon the philosophy, right? Like, wasn't until 96 or 94 that Kinsella had the estoppel principle, right? Like, that is an integral part of anarcho-capitalist philosophy now, right? Or 1989 argumentation ethics, right? So while we're looking for these people, what did you see? Let me see. Forget the people and believe separatism coming from the. Why did Polly? I have no idea why you got automated, but I just refrain from long messages. Oh my god, I gotta fix this. I literally did not put that in there. Sorry, I apologize. We'll fix it. But anyways, fuck was I saying? I got so fucking distracted. What he's doing, like, I recognize that what he's doing is really, really important too, if not far more important than what I'm doing, which is engaging in culture, right? Like, it is really, 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 really important that we have comics, that we have television shows, right? That, or like the Tuttle Twins, right? Like, that we have children's books, right? That we begin to understand that the reason the left is winning is not because their arguments are great. It's because of the long march through the institutions, right? It's because they are in schools. It's because the number one cited book and the number one cited person in all of social science is Paulo Freire and Pedagogy of the Oppressed. It's because they understand that it's about teaching people to be Marxists when you teach them how to read, right? It's about understanding that, like, Hollywood converts more people than philosophy does, and philosophy can have a much more lasting effect if you can find those philosophers. But like policy, the people like Dave Smith that grab a horde of 100,000 people that have no concept of the philosophy and who have a vague sense of a culture of liberty. I don't like, it's impressive. It's big numbers. And that is its own thing, its own important thing. But ultimately, I think kind of the things like Eric July are doing are going to be really, really important, right? Like slipping in mythology and slipping in concepts that are anti-authoritarian and pro-individualism and pro-individual liberty and like just kind of, I for lack of a better word, vibes, right? Like the right vibes need to be in the culture, and Hollywood suppresses them.
I was just about to say, like, everything that libertarianism should be championed for, we should be, the ones, taking over the culture. And then that should automatically like bring people of like younger generations to like cling on to it. And I think like, back to what you were saying about how the left has gotten everything that they need in their control to keep people brainwashed. That's true, because it's like, government is, like the biggest evil to, monopolize education first and then keep people subservient to that, army of a people to, like just basically continue let the cognitive, dissonance type of mindset and try to dehumanize, populations more. And I think, for what I think could be a good idea for us libertarians to combat that, this is just my idea, but can we start enterprising, our ideas to create some sort of projects where people can actually like create like grassroots community, like events. So therefore, we could start promoting a lot faster, and therefore, people like yourself and Liquid Zulu, that could be a massive influence to, bring those ideas a lot faster.
I don't know that I'll ever be a massive influence. We'll see. You know what I mean? Like, you're talking to someone that's like really would like you guys to subscribe to the channel because I'm 5 away from 2K, right? Like, relax a little bit. You know what I mean? That being said, I do have some projects coming soon that I think you guys are really gonna like. In that, I'm gonna be starting a Substack soon. And my first article is on immigration because I think I've improved upon Hoppa's work. I think this is the first time in my life where I can honestly say that, and mean it, as opposed to just because I don't bullshit when I say that. I honestly think I have. But nevertheless, setting that aside, that needs a little bit more work, and you'll see more of that tomorrow with Jack Lloyd, hopefully. The problem is this. Is that changing culture is, as we've seen in history, takes a couple generations. Right? Like it's not like what drove, let's look at Germany, for example. What drove Germany to Nazism? Right? You could say, from a political realist perspective, you could go, oh, well, they were bankrupt by the Treaty of Versailles. And because of the economic collapse, people were looking for, as George Simmel put, the stranger, someone to blame for problems, the outsider that is an insider. So they picked the Jew, and there was, brown shirts there because of the same economic upheaval, and this led to the rise of National Socialism. It's like, that's true, right? And that's a 10-year process. But why were they in that situation? Like, what was where did Ein Volk come from? Because Ein Volk, Volkism, was an inspiration to W.B. Du Bois when he visited Germany in the 1800s.
Oh, wow.
Right? So Volkism is where we get the term Volkswagen from, obviously, but also where we get the term folk, F-O-L-K, folks. That's why you start to see the soul of black folks. And what book did W.B. Du Bois make when he came back from Germany after studying Volkism? Was the soul of, what is I want to be, hold on, I want to get this right because I want to fuck it up. Yeah, all right, I was right. The souls of black folk. Why is it black folk? It's Volkism. It's the concept of a nationality being present in the group's culture and in the group's race. right? He learned about Volkism, the very ideology that led to blood and soil in Germany, right? The very ideology that spurned the concept of white supremacy at its worst in Nazi Germany is the same ideology that birthed left-wing critical race theory, not later, but from its very beginning. Before Nazi Germany ever even existed, they're both branches of Volkism. Ein Volk, right? The people. And so it's we have to understand that these things, these seeds get planted much earlier. And so the left understands this. Maybe they don't understand it, but the left operates as a mechanism, right? With enough pushes and pulls, in a sense that they've done so. And so, you know, when we look at, and they understood this once they said the long march through the institutions. Well, when did the long march through the institutions start? The 1960s. That's when it all starts in America. Like, that's where leftism really starts pushing itself, is after the anti-communist Hatch Act, after McCarthy is dying from, presumably from alcoholism, in the same hospital that his friend, who was a general in the Navy, magically, you know, was there and got thrown out of a window. I mean, fell out of a window in the same hospital and committed suicide when he was going against the communists in the State Department. We'll just leave that there. You know, it's fucking, we don't get too conspiratorial, right? But like, after that's defeated, and you know, the House Committee on like urban, you know, whatever, I can't remember, the House Committee that was a little, you know, little much, we'll say, on un-American activities. After that is when it starts. That's when the left really begins to push. You know, Marcuse comes in, postmodernism comes in, and then what do you see with the Austrian school is something that is so important to understand where we are today, and to understand how we're not going to fix this with a few communities, because philosophers change everything. I'll give you an example. When you look at a piece of, you've read plenty of research, I'm sure, right? Like you've looked at a study online, right?
Yeah. Yep.
Just like whatever it is, a psych study, an economic study, whatever. When you read a study, one of the things you'll notice is that there is this concept in the science community that we have to control for variables, right? Because there are certain variables that are really common that we control for, that are really important to control for. Can you name them off the top of your head? I think if you thought about it, you probably could, but I'm just curious.
I'm not too sure what exactly you want me to.
So, like, if I do a study and then the people are like, well, did you control for this about people in general? One of them would be race, right?
Oh, yeah.
One of them would be socioeconomic status.
Yep.
One of them would be age, right? So, and then the other one would be gender. So these are your four major categories. I have some disagreements with the core libertarian worldview. I join your server. I would like you to hear me out. Yeah, I mean, at some point we can schedule something or whatever, or maybe if, you know, Krod has to go and I'm feeling froggy, like I can send you a link or whatever. We can come in, right? But yeah, I'll see you around. So these are kind of your core things, right? So age, gender, socioeconomic status, and race. Why are these important? Why are these the things you see in every study? Well, partly because they work, right? But did we discover that by groupings and data? No. We didn't do data and then go, hey, when there's a group that always sits over here and it looks like it's race. There's a group that always separates itself as an outlier in most things, and it's gender. There's a group that always separates itself out, and it's socioeconomic status, right? Because interestingly enough, we never test for, let's say, IQ. We never do that. We never test for IQ. Never do they go, well, did you control for IQ? Did you separate the dumb people from the smart people to see if they're behaving differently? Another thing we never do is we never control for religion. We never go, hey, did you separate the atheists and the Christians and the Muslims to see if there's like a big difference there? We never separate by like cultural groups that are like urban city dwellers versus people living in the country. I would say that all of these are equally as powerful in terms of being outliers in data as are the other categories. But these other categories, okay, where did we get these categories from? We got them from the Frankfurt School. We got them from Weber, from Max Weber. That's where they come from, right? The sociologist Max Weber. Weber, in writing critical theory and in the instantiation of the kind of the sociological lens of Marxism, but not just about economics, says from the very beginning, oh, well, we need to control. These are the pieces of data that are the important things to control for when looking in research: age, sex, gender, socioeconomic status. So what are we at? Where are we at now today? Is it any wonder that we're race obsessed, that we're economics obsessed about the poor versus the rich, or that we're obsessed with white supremacy when it comes to the blacks versus whites, or that the gender wars are so extreme? Part of it is our history. Obviously, a big part of it is our history, and that these are things that have been around for a long time. But another thing is that we stress these things in all of science. All of science has already been captured to specifically stress the things that leftists think are the most important. And we just take it for granted that like these are the most important things. We don't look at culture. We don't look at religiosity and religion. We don't look at where people live, whether they're rural or city dwellers, right? We don't look at other forms of data as being viewed as equally as important as these things that the left has already determined is oppressed versus oppressor. I've seen it. Yeah, no. You'll see all of these things, Brian Zemek. You'll see all of you will see like sociology of religion, right? Like if people are studying that specific thing, then they'll break down and control for those things. Or if it's like really, really important for the study, then they'll control for those variables. When an academic journal is like, hey, it looks like this is a really important variable. Did you do that? But like, you'll never see people, and you'll see people obviously doing research where they control for IQ, but like, it's not a normal thing. What's normal is, let's talk about gender, let's talk about sex, sexual orientation, let's talk about how much money people have. Those are the most important details that change who people are and aren't, so that we can, and so the data becomes stratified that way. And so the data becomes an us versus them in those categories from the very inception by the way the data is collected and stratified. That's the power of culture. That's the power of philosophy, is that if you capture the institutions, and like they've captured the institutions to the point where all science is run through a leftist perspective, unbeknownst to all scientists for the most part. Like they don't even think about it, but they don't understand the history of why those are the pieces of data that are supposedly the most important. That isn't just sociology though, not science in general. That would be economics. That's going to be all of your psychology, right? Like, yes, it's going to be primarily humanities. They don't control for race and geology surveys, like obviously, right? But anything that deals with humans and seeing what humans do, and try like immigration status, whatever, it becomes those variables almost always, and it's very rarely variables that a conservative might think are important, right? If a conservative was to look at science, look at like aggression, or let's say beating your children, a conservative probably would care about race and potentially even money because it's standard, right? But I think a conservative might want to go, well, are the smart people beating their children? And if so, why? Or why not, right? Are there different outcomes from intelligent people that beat their children versus stupid people that beat their children? I think a conservative would be like, because maybe the intelligent people are using corporal punishment as a form of punishment, and maybe the stupid people are stressed and they're beating their children because they're angry. And it's not actually the corporal punishment that's the problem, but it's being a single mom that's working 2 jobs, that doesn't have enough time for their children, that's at their wits' end, that gets angry at their kid and then just smacks the shit out of their kid, as opposed to having like a meaningful conversation about what needs to be done. Maybe it's not the beating, the corporal punishment, maybe it's the way that it's done. That's how a conservative might approach research. But the institution is already captured. We don't care about IQ. We don't care about religion. We don't care about where you're from. We don't care about what ethnic community you belong to. We just want to know your skin color. We want to know how much money you make. We want to know how old you are, which is, that one's kind of fair. They're all kind of fair. You see what I'm saying? I know I'm beating a dead horse, but I haven't heard anything from you.
Yeah, that is a lot to unpack, but yeah, you're right about that. What gets me really upset is that whenever people talk about race and IQ, they always use this, whites on top, brown and black people on the bottom type of, race division, mentality from like a leftist, perspective. And that pisses me off a lot because it's like, I'm black myself, but I definitely did not, come from any like low income family. Like I at least work hard to get to where I'm at, but there's no reason to say that just because you are successful means that you're around a certain racial group of people just to be safe and successful. And that's very denigrating because it's like that's trying to say that based on the IQ of a racial structure of where they grew up in, that means that you're able to succeed versus those that live in like more war-torn parts of the world. They end up becoming more failures and eaten out like alive. But the truth about the matter is like, if race matters and IQ...
You cut up a little bit. If race matters and IQ... Hold on. You cut up a little bit. You said if race matters and IQ, and then you cut out.
Yeah. Like I was saying, if race matters along with IQ, why aren't people accounting for the fundamental restrictions done by government against those people within those economic hardships that are struggling to get to where they want to be to become successful?
Yeah, so I guess since you're a fan of Stefan Molyneux, we'll go there. We'll see how. So we'll automatically. So just anybody that's watching now, if the stream ends, my bad. But certainly this video won't be monetized. So let's go there. Let's talk about race and IQ, and its importance. Because this is another thing that people don't want to talk about and they don't want to touch. So you have two camps that I see that have a majority of this conversation. Well, actually 3 camps that have a majority of this conversation. Camp number 1, that is the largest, is let's not talk about it. It makes me uncomfortable. That's camp number 1. That's what most people are when it comes to race and IQ. Come on. If you talk about it, I don't like that you're talking about it. It's weird that you're talking about it. It feels like it could be racist and or it feels like you might force me to admit certain realities that I don't want to accept. Okay, hold on. I'm getting. I just got a super chat. Let me read it out for you guys. I'm a longtime subscriber to your channel on my other account, and I've been studying libertarianism for years. Not interested in attacking you or debating you. Just like to have a productive conversation. No, I appreciate it. I do. And I said in a little while, maybe I'll bring you on. I'll send you a link if you want to talk now. If you don't, then DM me and we can set something up. But nevertheless, let's go there. Let's talk about race and IQ. So that's camp number 1. Camp number 2 would be the radical left, right? That refuse to, or just like the left in general, I don't necessarily even say that it's the radical left, but like a large portion of the left, that just deny reality, that just say that there are no racial differences in IQ, because it just can't. It's not true. It's a lie. All of the science states that it's mostly not heritable, which is another bullshit lie. Cherry picking data, cherry picking studies to the best of their ability to minimize the heritability of IQ and to not have the conversation at all. And to accuse anyone that wants to have the conversation of being a virulent racist. Camp number 3 are virulent racists. Right? These people are genuinely just think that like IQ differences are completely heritable. That basically everything to do with IQ that's important is like fundamental to a racial group. They don't really want to talk about clines or families for the most part, though some of them are a little smarter. They just want to go, yep, black people are dumb. They're the dumbest. That's why they're violent. And that's why we need to like have more controls on these black darkies, and coal burners are the worst thing ever. Right? Like these people are just crazy. And then there's the fourth and smallest group, which is unfortunate because it's the group I'm in, and it's the group I think we should all be in, which is, yes, there are differences in IQ. Yes, we need more research to better understand where these differences come from, because of those that we can attribute to government, that we can attribute to aggression, that we can attribute to diet or things in the environment that are harming one community more than another, or education, etc. All like what we don't want people to have low IQ. We don't want anybody to have low IQ, regardless of race, right? Like we want to increase prosperity and understand it. And if there's a certain negative things that are impacting one community specifically, we want to understand it as much as we can and alleviate those things, because no matter how you look at it, that's a problem. Like you can look at it from even a very almost racist perspective, right? Like caring only about criminality, but like, you know, that's important. IQ is an important factor in the black community's violence. It is. And no one wants to say that because it makes you feel like you're a racist to say it. It sounds fucked up to say it. And that's because the left has dominated these conversations to saying that if you believe that, you're anti-science, you're against all of the data, and the only reason you believe that is because you're racist. And it's reality. Now we need to know why. And those are incredibly important conversations to have, because I want to fix those whys. I want to, like, why is it that lead poisoning we know affects IQ and we know affects propensity to violence, and yet when we look at current water infrastructure that still has lead in it, where is it? It's in inner city, low impoverished communities.
I agree.
What does that mean? That means that the group of people that are most likely to be poisoned by lead are poor blacks and Hispanics. Poor whites too, right? But like, because of the stratification, that whites tend to live in suburban areas. Poor whites tend to live out in countries or in like, coal mine towns. And poor whites also tend to live in trailer parks that are in like kind of different areas, right? Because inner city impoverished communities tend to be very, very black. Those are the communities that you're going to see with the most lead poisoning. So right there, we know that at least some of the IQ distribution can be solved just by getting rid of lead pipes in our water, educating people on the importance of purchasing like reverse osmosis, machines for a couple $100 so that they drink all of that, especially during pregnancy. Like that right there, like what percentage is that? I don't know, right? Like what percentage of a difference does that make? Who fucking knows? But I do know that that's one of potentially many that will alleviate that gap. But if we can't talk about just the reality of that gap existing in the first place, we can't actually solve the problem.
Yeah, I was just gonna add in on top of that. If that's like I think when racists, even try to make it like a racial division issue to say, well, this is why black people are dumb, in America, blah blah blah, and why white people are smarter. That's simply not true, because it's like, you guys are trying to make it seem like as if like people can't be successful, but the truth of what the matter is, look at it, the economic environment that those people have to go through, and on top of that, let the people hold each other down to be very vigilantly divisive to utilize that, crabs in the bucket.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they use that mentality to try to, denigrate people, and therefore that's how society breaks down. That's how people end up utilizing, like the nature of using the law, of the jungle mentality to say, well, my coercion needs to be applied to you, because if we can't hold each other down collectively, then nobody's not going to be successful. And I personally hate that, because it's like, I don't like to be around stupid people like that. Like if that makes me look racist, that's not being racist. That's simply, going by, like the, survival method of being with people that you trust, that are at your level of intelligence, and you,
Hmm.
developing a community with like-minded people where you want to be successful. And I think that needs to be like applied more. Like that's not, promoting segregation. That's simply promoting a proper, division in population, to have people that are wanting to be successful in life to coexist with people that want to help other people grow, not put other
Yeah,
people down.
I think I think the black community has a particular host of issues in terms of the culture that make this a much harder problem to solve, right? Like mentioning the crabs in the bucket mentality, like that has been a thing since the very beginning, right? Like, I mean, we see Malcolm X, for example. Um, so this is
Yeah.
obviously, Scott, the problems are caused by guns and violent media. Facts. But like the crabs in the bucket mentality, like that, we saw that with like Malcolm X, right? Like Malcolm X was fine when he was a militant Islamist. And then coming back from Mecca, you see him change and you see him recognize that blacks need to self segregate. He stops focusing less on like this, on his, this religious kind of extremism, and more on a concept of self segregation and family values and conservative economic values, to kind of separate from the economic pressures that white supremacist legislation has placed upon the community. And then, lo and behold, he gets shot. I mean, maybe it was the FBI. Who fucking knows, right? Nation of Islam is not really Islam. Well, I said it's Islamist, but fair enough. But he was breaking away from them. He was always kind of breaking away from them, to be fair. Like he was always a bad boy in that movement, anyways. But yeah, like, so I don't know. I think that there is a congruence of issues there. Part of it is the race grifters in the black community. As Thomas Sowell pointed out, they're not incentivized to fix anything, because if they fix something, then they don't have a job. What they're incentivized to do instead is to find racial division to increase payments, right? Like if my job is, if I'm Tariq or whatever, right? If I'm one of the million race grifters,
Yeah.
the way that I get paid is I go online and I find some news article about some black kid that was killed by a white cop or something. And I'm like, fuck yes. Like, cha-ching, right? And then I just spread that shit as much as possible. Be like, look what the white man's doing, right? Because that's how I get paid. I get paid to sow racial division. I don't get paid to solve problems, because if I solve problems, there's less racial division, which is a direct disincentive against my job, right? And that's a crabs in the bucket mentality type situation, right? Which is, it's not so much a crabs in the bucket in the sense that a successful black man or woman is pulled down, so much as it is that the entirety are disincentivized from hope, right? Like it's like a black pill is constantly being sold, for lack of a better word, to the black community, that like things are so awful, and that you're such a victim. And then there's there's the constant issues of affirmative action, which has always been a problem. Like if I see that a black person went to Harvard, right? I can't help myself as a white man not knowing whether or not that black person deserved to be there. I can't help that, because I know that if I have an Asian candidate that went to Harvard and I have a black candidate that went to Harvard, that they both went to Harvard. I know they both went to Harvard. And in my mind, they both passed. So like I probably shouldn't treat the black person any differently. And yet, I know that the Asian person had to beat out a whole bunch of other Asian people and get an incredibly high score to get there. And I also know that the black person, their SAT scores are like not even as good as like the average Asian going to college, much less, Harvard. And like, I feel like that's fucked up to the black people more than anybody, right? Like, I feel like that, like, to never know that you earned where you're at, to know that, like, even if you passed, that like your position there was never, like, you don't know. I mean, I guess you could know if like your SAT score and like you can calculate based off of your race and like your neighborhood, like how much it was affected if you were in that group, and then also you can calculate that you were like way higher than anybody. Anyways, like you'll know eventually. You know what I mean? You can do the math, right? But in a way, like knowing that there is like college admissions are picking these people, right? Like knowing that like if you look at like all of the top medical schools in America, for example, majority of them demand like you write a paper about your diversity and what you're doing like to fix, inequalities within, certain ethnic minorities. Like if you're a black woman, you'll never know whether or not you earned anything in your life meaningful. That's the worst black pill you could ever do to somebody. It's the worst thing you could ever do to a community if you want to keep a community down. And so you're faced with two realities. If you're a successful black person, reality A is you accept reality, which is that you don't know whether or not anything you have you earned, and you kind of just push that aside. You do the best that you can do anyways, and you prove to the world that you earned everything by being the best, by being so fucking good that no one can ever deny that you earned your fucking seat at the table, right? Like that's option A. Option A is be better than anybody in your field, and no one will ever question if you earned your place. Option B is to buy into the very ideology that gave you those advantages. And option B is a lot fucking easier. Is just to go, well, I earned this by virtue of the discrimination that's against me anyways. In fact, it was harder for me than it was for any white person, even with these advantages, because I have so much systemic racism. I remember one time I went into a bodega in New York and the Korean owner looked at me weird. And that just shows you how deeply racist America is. You know what I mean? Also, just fun little extra. I love that like white people, racists talking about IQ, love to bring up IQ until like Asians and Jews come into the mix, and then all of a sudden they're real fucking quiet.
Yeah,
I find that funny. You know what I mean? Like Ashkenazi Jews are like, is like sitting up there with the Han Chinese, right? Like these two are sitting way up top, and it's like, oh, okay, cool, white people, you're sitting at an average of 100. How's it feel to be perfectly fucking average? Like you're bragging about that. I don't know how much you have to brag about there.
Yeah, because I've always seen those stupid videos made by like white ethno-nationalists like Jared Taylor or even like Ryan Falk, right? Like that weirdo, but. Like people like that are like the epitome of like, I would say, low tiered, I think I'm smarter than you type of, racist, piece of shits. But, it's just funny because it's like, when people talk about Western society being so great, and yet they still promote all this racial divide and trying to ignore the fact that people that were held down in society did not get the same amount of economic qualities compared to other people. That's a problem. And people that are educated that know that and speak out, like against it, they're right about that. And people who ignore that, they're just trying to utilize, whatever beliefs.
Hold on. I agree with you, but like, we do have to be honest about American ethnic minorities here, right? Which is,
yeah.
The black community has had a long fucking time to pull themselves up by their own bootstraps. I understand the concept of pulling yourself up by your own bootstraps is a uniquely kind of like difficult thing, and that certainly lasts generations, right? But like, and I also understand that black people in America have faced racial discrimination that is not on par with any other ethnic minority, and yet why are Asians over, like, Asian Exclusionary Act is the most, is the Chinese, you know, what is it, the Chinese Exclusionary Act? I can't remember. There's a couple exclusionary acts, right?
Yeah,
Like, they
I
have
remember
faced
that.
literal racial discrimination after you know, fucking the black
The American Civil
slaves
War.
were freed, right? After
Yeah.
the end of slavery, that is on par with or at the very least close, to Jim Crow legislation in the South, and certainly far more systemically racist than most of the legal systems and structures that were in the North. And yet, what do we see when we look at the Chinese? Well, what we see is that the Chinese that originally immigrated here, that is a specific area of China that is known for educating their children, that is known for engaging in literacy at a young and valuing literacy at a young age. And what we see from those groups is that they're incredibly successful in America. And those that came directly after them that immigrated are still poor, living in Chinatown in LA and in New York City. And the question is why? Well, we can see the ethnically, racially speaking, nearly identical groups of people. And when we control for a variable of culture, what we see is a difference in IQ, slight though it may be, but a massive difference in economic prosperity. And so we can see two separate groups of people that have the exact same ethnic makeup, that they're genetically almost exactly the same, that your average white person doesn't know the difference between the Hmong and fucking Malaysian and Han Chinese and mainland Chinese and Cantonese. Like, maybe they understand a little bit of it when they hear the language, right? But your average person isn't going to treat these people differently in your day-to-day interactions. So racism isn't the fucking thing that's changing this. What's changing is, how much do you value hard work? How much do you value education? And what we see is that certain Asian communities and Jewish communities, despite whatever bullshit they go through, highly value them, and then they end up massively above the average white person in terms of success, and the black community doesn't at all, and lo and behold, they're way below. IQ is a factor here, and I think some of things can be attributed to IQ that are environmental, and some of them, unfortunately, are just genetic. But I do also think that we maybe lean into IQ a little bit too much. I think it's less important than people think, right? And to give you an example, right? Hard work is going to beat out IQ any day of the week. Yeah. Right? Like, if you are, and I'll tell you this to anyone watching in chat too, right? If you're a 16-year-old right now and you start cutting grass in a wealthy neighborhood right now and getting money to cut grass, and then setting most of that money aside so that you can purchase a nice edge trimmer, so that you can purchase a riding lawnmower, so you can learn watching YouTube videos on how to cut grass to make like the patterns that rich people like, and practicing those patterns, so that by the time you're 18, you're really good at cutting grass, and you have a lot of equipment, and you have backup equipment from equipment that you replace, and you start a business, and then you eventually get enough, you can work hard enough to get enough money to get a couple of employees, and then teaching them those skills. You can be a millionaire by the time you're 25 if you work your fucking ass off. And IQ really isn't going to make that big of a difference there. Like, you need to be smart enough to not fuck up your business, not fuck up your investments, and not get fucked over in the way that you purchase things, and in the way you adapt to the market. And IQ is certainly going to help with that. But like, your standard IQ person can easily be a millionaire doing what I said. And it doesn't matter what fucking race or ethnicity you are either. And it doesn't matter what education level you have. Like, I just gave you the secret to success to being a millionaire and owning your own home by the time you are 30, and being able to start a family as a multi-millionaire homeowner. That is an option that is open to basically every dude out there right now that's 16 years old. So it's like, IQ is important, but like, we often overvalue it. A culture of hard work and a culture of responsibility is way more important.
Yeah, I agree. And, there's been plenty of, great figures, as far as, for example, with many successful Black American, entrepreneurs that, paved like a huge way in, many different parts of, the country. And that's what I like, to follow. Like I want to be, successful in my own path, for IT, because like I'm trying to get into cybersecurity, but I don't need, to be let the smartest guy, ever in order to, develop like a good idea. I can come up, with like a good idea right now. It's just all about implementing, and I think it's also due to incentive and drive too, because I tend to see out of like a lot of young people, they really get disincentivized real quickly after like high school, and they end up, downing themselves, and then they have like that imposter syndrome type of like effect,
Mm.
where culturally it makes you think like, oh well, do I really want to be doing this type of career, blah blah blah, and therefore they, put themselves in that weird position to say, well, maybe I shouldn't need to be doing this, maybe I can just be lazy forever and I don't need to work as hard. And I think that's where the whole, egalitarian, culture, kicks in, where people are very denigrated and they don't want to push themselves to be successful. So as that develops, as you get older, you don't want to be as hardworking compared to somebody that came from like a hardworking family and they actually
Mm.
put in all the hours and time to be successful, and they got out of like their, original spot of where they used to grow up that was bad for them, and look at where they are now. Like, that's not the type of mindset that many people try to shrug away from, because they feel like that's too much hard work, and they just want to hold other people down, just to be lazy.
Yeah, I do think this is also an important thing about, that we recognize about libertarianism is that it is an individualist philosophy. And so you'll see that is one of the most hated things about the critical race theory side is they absolutely hate the concept of individualism, right? Like you see any fucking leaked pamphlet or anything from some work training, or or just read any of their literature, right? Like I think that anyone that is significantly libertarian and is comfortable in not being swayed by propaganda absolutely ought read Delgado's Introduction to Critical Race Theory. It's a very, very important piece of understanding how the left thinks, and like that, I think that is such a, like, if you understand Introduction to Critical Race Theory, then you'll very quickly begin to understand queer theory, and very quickly begin to understand critical theory as a whole. And so, like, but you'll see over and over again, whiteness and individualism, they're the same thing. And it's like, oh, and you see this even in like in psych and stuff. They'll be like, oh, that's actually, it's collective. Like the Hispanic family, they do things together. It's the white family as this weird instantiation of individualism. And like, to a certain extent, they're right. But I think that is something too that is really important to understanding the success of white people in a certain way. And then measuring that against other cultures that are collectivists and seeing like what are these differences. And there's a shared thing amongst the Asians and the whites culturally that doesn't exist in the black community, which is I don't want to say it doesn't exist. Obviously it exists. We're just talking about to what degree they exist, right?
Yeah.
Which is personal responsibility. Personal responsibility is wildly stressed in libertarian philosophy. And it is something that is certainly stressed in white America, if you will. Obviously, to varying degrees, depending upon the culture and the subculture. And it's extremely stressed in Asian families, right? Like more than even Jewish families is this concept of personal responsibility. Like you have a duty, and it's collective in the way that they do it, but it's an individual responsibility. Like you have a duty to your ancestors, you have a duty to your family, you have a duty to your bloodline, you have a duty to yourself to achieve and to be successful and to behave and to conform. And you see the exact opposite in the black community in America. Is this concept that like, oh, well, we'll shift responsibility from the individual to the precursors of the event, right? You see, even with the way that we deal with children, right? It's like bad behavior can be excused because this person called you an N-word, or like bad behavior can be, or that'd be the extreme, but like any sign of racism automatically excuses the behavior, right? Or racial discrimination or hatred, or that teacher doesn't like you, right? Like you see excuses for an inability or a lack of willingness to achieve something being given an excuse, as opposed to, it doesn't matter if the teacher's racist. Like, it's your job to be better. Like you don't see that. Like, I've seen that as a I've gone home as a white guy to my parents, right? And been like, this teacher hates me. This teacher says these things about me. And my parents' response was not, oh, this teacher must not like boys. This teacher must be racist against white people. Like, we need to go attack this teacher. It's been, I don't give a fuck that this teacher doesn't like you. It's your responsibility to get good grades. So even if it's harder, you need to keep your fucking mouth shut. You need to keep your head down, and you need to write a paper or do the assignment so well that they can't do anything but give you an A. And that's not a concept I think you see within the culture of the black community. I mean, it exists, but it exists amongst successful black people, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like, it exists, but it's like, it's Fresh Prince of Bel-Air that's teaching that, you know what I mean? Like, it's successful blacks that are teaching that to the next generation. And then that is seen as like an Uncle Tom thing, right? Like, oh, now you're not standing with our collective against the racism. Like, instead, you're just teaching your kid to put their head down and put their nose in the books. Like, what kind of a cowardly piece of shit move is that? Like, you're not willing to fight for your children? Like, you would actually be seen as cowardice, as opposed to a focus on what is going to make your children successful.
Yeah. Yeah, because like I've definitely went through that in my family, where people, that I try to ask help from, they end up trying to be like really, like, I should say, very like unhelpful with certain questions that I had, just dealing with problems in school. And I just hate that behavior, because it's like, that's what creates that weird desensitized behavior to allow your children to be very careless and very rebellious, to do stupid things outside of your family household. And I see that a lot with a lot of black families in America. And when that culture does get injected, it creates a very violent community of people that really denigrate each other. And then when one person's doing good, then they say, oh, well, he's not for us, blah, blah, blah. Like, I hate that so much. Like, I hate the fact that, whenever people want to learn about other people's heritages, people will look at black people in America to say, like, well, you guys never came from anything. You guys came from nothing, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, people just live like that. People just, people don't look at like the bloodline of like what people brought and what people created, and then they try to ignore that, and then they just go after all the negative things. Compared to other racial groups, they'll be like, oh, well, these people were great, with their ancestors, blah, 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 and, such and such. But it's like, people have this weird mindset to collectively hold each other down, and that's not true. There's plenty of success. Oh.
Yeah, so there is a concept in sociology. It's kind of a functionalist, Durkheimian perspective, but mostly it's about the concept of like moving from an honor culture to a dignity culture, and this is kind of what is touched on in Black Rednecks, White Liberals by Thomas Sowell, which is a great read. I think everyone should read it. I think particularly people, no offense, but I do think particularly black libertarians should read this book more than anybody. More than anyone else, because I think it is a incredibly unique perspective on and really almost unassailable fact that the black community took impoverished white redneck culture and made it their culture, and with it all the baggage that came with it. And so he's kind of talking about this, but it's a concept of dignity culture versus honor culture. So honor culture is what we used to have, and honor culture does have elements of individualism in it, which is good. in a way, right? So an honor culture is the way that we used to be in 1800s, 1600s, etc., which is, you know, you don't call the cops, you handle it yourself, right? Like it's who you are within the community is imported by how you are as a man and how masculine you are and how you purport yourself, you know, bravery versus cowardice, etc. And there are good elements of honor culture too, like your word. Your word is your bond, right? Something that's very important in honor culture, this concept that, like, if you say you're going to do something, do you do it? And if you don't do it, like, that outweighs everything. As we shift towards an economy that is far more stratified and where there are more economic niches to fill, we start to move towards a dignity culture where how your value is obtained by how much money you have or the status of your job or the political power that you have or the economic power that you have, right? Like, are you an engineer? Are you a doctor? Like, these are respected professions that determine who you are. And it's less about your name, your family name, your honor, and more about, you know, what you've achieved in terms of status and wealth within the more stratified hierarchical structure. And so there are good and bad aspects that we can learn from that. And I think in a lot of ways, there are good and bad things that the Black community have maintained by in many ways maintaining an honor culture. Like, you see it especially, and this isn't to be an insult, this is just to be factual. You see it especially within gang culture in America. There's a strict sense of honor, you know, within gang culture about how you achieved status via your actions, and what you were willing to do. You know what I mean? You kind of see where I'm going with this?
Yeah.
And so there are some good things to it that I think a lot of other cultures have lost, right? Which is, you know, like that aspect of your word is your bond, right? That is something that a lot of cultures have lost that American Black culture has maintained. You know, like there's a especially when you get into insulated communities where outsiders aren't really welcome, right? So in Richmond City, for example, that would be Mosby Court, right? Like, this is a neighborhood that is not the projects, it's a separate neighborhood, right? But this is like super low income, super high violence, gang ridden Black community that, like, before Uber and Lyft and Uber Eats and DoorDash, if you were white, you were there to buy crack. And if you weren't there to buy crack, they wanted to know what the fuck you were doing there before they killed you. But after that, like, it's a little bit more open, you know what I mean? But if you're from that area, and obviously it's not one-to-one, like, there are still white people that live there, etc. But if you're in that area, you're known in the community. Everybody knows everybody. Despite being in a big city, everybody knows everybody. And you have a reputation. And your reputation has nothing to do with your job. Your reputation has to deal with your affiliations, your behavior, who you know, who you're connected with, how you respect your elders in that community, etc. And some of those things I think are good, and they are lost in the dominant culture of America. But with that comes a lot of fucking baggage that is holding the Black community down. A lot.
Yeah, that is definitely making a lot more sense, because if that wasn't to be the case, you would have seen a lot more successful Black men that would have probably outperformed a lot of other racial groups. And I think, you know, what's really missing is, you know, holding people like accountable and, you know, raising, you know, strong men to basically bring back, you know, like the cultural roots of like what people used to be successful, and therefore, you know, keeping that consistent. Because, you know, this is, you know, common with, you know, any other racial group, you know, in the world. And it's not just to say, you know, how that the family raises that child. It's also keeping that child, you know, disciplined and having them be focused on their goals while being around like the right group of people, to not be put into bad influences, to get to that swayed, you know, belief to to get into bad things, to invite, you know, trouble into their lives, You know, like if that makes any sense.
It does. Yeah, I don't. It's hard to know. It's easy. I think it's way easier to identify problems than it is to actually come up with things that are solutions. You know, being solution orientated is all well and good, but it's certainly harder than just bitching from the sidelines. But yeah, I brought in the rugged communitarian. I figure he had some things he wanted to talk about. This conversation went to a weird place, but I'm happy it did. I didn't think that like the conversation would mostly hark on racial stuff, but whatever, fuck it. But I'm glad that it did for a bit, and I'm happy to talk to you. And you're in the Discord, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So I am. Say hi sometime, and maybe we'll chat again in the future. But I'm gonna, if there's anything you want to say or tell people where they can find you before I bring in rugged communitarian, or if you had any final thoughts, let me put it all out there now.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you for having me on. I just needed this conversation because I feel like I'm in a good position right now, and I've been loving living, I've been loving the philosophy of libertarianism for a very long time, and I want to put myself like around people that want to bring better motivation, and I can be successful with what I do, and I want to give back to the community that I can be around with, and therefore therefore I can say that I made my contributions for not just for my ancestry, but for like the people that will look back at this, like 100 years from now, or maybe like 1,000 years, from now. So like I just want
when the comet hits, fucking the records are destroyed. You know what I mean? And the only archive that survived is some random internet server that for whatever reason stored Liquid Zulu and Fabian Liberty and Larkin Rose and fucking Praxbin fucking random shit. You know what I mean? Like fucking we'll save society from going down the same fucking the same mistakes of liberal democracies.
Yeah, F that. But yeah. Yeah. Like I definitely want to destroy all of that. So.
All right, brother. It was nice talking to you. It was nice meeting you, and I'll see you around. I'm gonna pop you out of here real quick and bring in the other guy. He seemed to be chomping at the bit, and it'd be fun to talk to him. So let's see what happens.
Alrighty, I appreciate it. Thank you.
And of course, you too. All right, rugged communitarian, are you there?
Hello?
Yeah, I hear you.
Hey, how's it going?
It's going well.
I just want to say I've been enjoying your conversations so far.
I appreciate it. It's kind of an impromptu thing. There wasn't really like a topic in mind, so I kind of just went like chatting versus AMA or whatever. You seemed like you really wanted to hop in, so I was like, fuck it, I'll talk. I got time.
Well, I have criticisms of like libertarian political philosophy that I would like to get your thoughts on, like or certain notions that I've come across from studying libertarian political philosophy. But I do also have some comments about like the topic you were just discussing. If you would also like to hear my thoughts on it.
Yeah, I mean. Well, while we get to first, hold on, pause. It's my show. First, who are you? Do you want to be found anywhere? And if not, that's fine too. But shout yourself out or whatever if you have any socials, and then I guess we can continue on the same topic, just to naturally flow, so we get to know a little bit of who you are, and then we can get into your other questions.
I understand. Well, I plan on producing like high quality videos on politics in the future, but at the present moment I don't have any plans to. But I just was interested in talking, just speaking with you. That's really why I joined that. And there was some thoughts I had about libertarianism. I wanted to ask from a libertarian, so I thought it would be good to hear what you had to say. So there's two myths I believe that I've come across in libertarianism, right? There's one where there's the belief that the state and any form of government or any form of state inherently leads to continuous growth in size, power, and reach, right? There's some libertarians who maintain that. Well, do you agree with that notion?
Well, so I don't want to be too nitpicky, right? But you said the state and or any government.
And any form of like government, as in like the common use, like I guess like the phrase people like to use is monopoly of force. I guess.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yeah. That's the distinct factor here, right? So yes, I would agree with the concept that if you have a monopoly on the power, on the usage of force, that there is that the incentive structure is such that over time you are always going to see you're almost always going to see an increase in the size and scope of that state. There may be periods of time where this is not true. There may even be periods of time where the opposite is true. But the incentive structure is there massively in one direction. And as Charles said from Berkshire Hathaway, I can't remember his last name right now, but he had a famous quote from Berkshire Hathaway: "Show me the incentives and I'll show you the outcome." Right? So okay. I do agree that it is fallacious to say that any government or any state will always head in one direction. It's impossible for it to ever head in the other direction. Is fallacious. But the incentives are all there for that to go. And I think given enough time, if the incentives all head in one direction massively, like that's almost always what's going to happen.
I understand. But I disagree, and I have a response. But I just want to know what your position was on that. But my second question is about do you believe that? I'll address both, but I have a second question. I'll address both of your responses, but let me ask the second question. The second question is: do you believe that there can never be a voluntary consent when it comes to forming a state or government, like a state monopoly of force? Do you think that can never happen because of like spontaneous order or some type of like voluntary consent?
What do you mean? Like, I don't like. I'm not. You're asking? Is it impossible that some group of people voluntarily give up a monopoly towards an entity to commit violence? Is that what you're saying?
Well, you're saying to commit violence, but would you even would you consider it violence though, really? Because we can agree on like contracts, right? The legitimacy of contracts.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to figure out what you're asking, not to be nitpicked on the usage of the word violence, right? Like what you're saying is it impossible for a covenant community to exist where, let's say, 100 people get together and they all agree to a contract that says everyone in this community is going to live within these borders of a plot of land, and we're all going to agree that company A are the cops and that there's not going to be a competition of company A with company B because we all signed this contract volunteering together that company A will be the cops within this section. And I don't think that's impossible or anti-libertarian.
Is voting like a form of like participation that could be like compared to a contract?
No, voting and the contract are not the same. You can have a contract where voting based upon your shares in an entity or based upon the contract with like rules and system is like you can have voting, and but that has to be a part of a contract. Contract always supersedes voting because like a majority will doesn't overwrite a contract between voluntary individuals.
I don't believe in like a social contract or natural rights or human rights. I believe in there's something I'm looking into right now. It's a form of view. It's called common law conservatism, but that's a bit beyond. That's besides the point. Basically, so my responses to or my justifications for why both of both of those notions are myths, right? Is because they're both actually refuted by libertarians themselves. To address the first point about you said that you do believe that the state would eventually, because of its incentives, it would eventually grow, like grow in size and power, right? So there's this book. It's called Chaining Down Leviathan by Luigi Marco Bassani. He gave a lecture, I believe, on this book on the YouTube channel. I can't remember the exact name. I think it's called like Property Society. Some Hop gave a lecture, gave some lectures on the channel before.
You're bouncing all over the place. I'm trying to.
No. It's relevant.
Yes, you are. Hold on. Relax. Relax. I will mute you. I will. Listen. Hey, hold on. Rugged. Relax. So, you presumably have some form of critique here that you would like to make. So I would like to hear the argument for the critique and what the critique is. Right now, you're saying, "Well, I'm looking into this philosophy. I'm listening to these people, etc." Like it's okay. Just hear me out. Just is there a critique that you have that you wanted to bring to my attention and that you wanted my opinion on? And if so, what is that critique and why do you believe that critique is valid?
Yeah, so I have two. So the first one that I was trying to get to is Leviathan. I've known about this book for a while, but I've been looking more into it recently. And basically, in the book, like I came across the argument that I'm looking for the exact page, but okay, I found it. Okay, so it basically in this book it argues that
Are you talking about the Leviathan, like before John Locke's response, Second Treatise on Government?
No. It's a modern book by a modern scholar. Basically the American political system we have now is not the same as our core political system. I think we might be able to agree on that. But what some people might not understand is that from what I've been reading from this book is that after the Civil War with Abraham Lincoln, there was actually a new American political system formed, right? Because the South went through a completely legitimate political process when they were trying to secede, right? And like it was completely constitutional, right? Even Thomas Jefferson predicted that the American political system would break up into three. It would become more regional. Right?
Okay.
But hold on, I just want.
You keep telling me to hold on. You have yet to get to a critique.
So with the core American political system, this book makes a claim that and points to the evidence that in the 1800s up until the 1860s, it says the states were equally frugal with taxes and debt, and as of 1860, the central government had actually diminished in size. So by the 1860, before the Civil War, the central government had actually diminished in size. The opposite of continues progressively growing.
Yeah. So hold on. So we got to your claim. Your claim is.
And then the follow up.
Hold on. No. Hold on.
Says, this is not.
Hold on. No, dude. I will mute you. Hush.
It's relevant.
Hold on. Relevant. I know it's relevant. Let me listen for a second. So your claim, you initially asked me. You said, do I believe that the state over time, that the state will always grow? And I said, under most circumstances, the state continues to grow in power. That there are periods of time when the state might decrease in power, but that the overall trend is to grow in power because that is the way in which the incentives are.
Yeah,
and you said a lot,
and I'm disagreeing with that.
You said a lot.
I'm disagreeing with that.
Motherfucker, relax. You said a lot, and you said the first claim is during the lead up to the Civil War, in the early 1800s up to the 1860s, the federal government was reducing in size and scope before the Civil War. And that's your claim.
Yes.
I
Yes.
completely disagree with that claim. I think it's completely ahistorical.
Okay, and there's more to it, right? Like there was also zero federal inland taxes and zero debt at a certain point, right? It says by the 1830s the federal government was free of debt and pretty much remained so until the Civil War. But the point is this. The point is this though. You said there's incentives, but this is why I explicitly said any form of government or state or monopoly of violence. Do you believe that? And you were saying ultimately yes, because there's always going to be these negative incentives with the state, right? And I'm saying that's not true. There is a political system, and it's not theoretical. It's actually historical. It's actually before the American political system before the Civil War. And that's why I was trying to read this. I was trying to read the sentence. It says here.
My God.
Just let me finish.
The Civil War happened,
just
though.
Let me just to finish.
Like the evidence that system, right, was dysgenic, is the Civil War, right? Like that's the power balance.
Because
the balance. The balance of power leading up to the Civil War was one that was based upon a constitutional republic. The constitutional republic, kind of playing off of Plato's republic, balanced all of the presumed aspects of democracy, of successful governments before it, right? So the monarchy was represented in the presidency. The aristocracy was represented in a Senate that was elected by the states, not by people, to represent the state's interests. And the House of the House of Commons, kind of like brought over in the House in America, is the population as a whole. And the issue that leads up to, one of many issues that leads up to the Civil War, is that as the South does not grow in population because of its stunted economic model, and because of its differences in culture, and because of an aristocracy that was bleeding yeoman farmers, and was maintaining a non-industrial society, that as this occurs, the South loses complete power in the House. And by losing power in the House and losing power eventually in the Electoral College and the presidency, it had no hope of maintaining power in government other than in the Senate. And there was all kinds of compromises attempting to maintain their power. But the biggest issue here was that the North, utilizing their power, had a control on taxes and tariffs, right? Obviously, the Civil War was about slavery in many ways, but one of many issues was about taxation. And the concept that the federal government was reducing, the concept that the federal government was reducing in power is completely ahistorical, because what you see during the lead up to the Civil War are railroad companies working with and bought by Northern congressmen and senators that are utilizing state power in the most corrupt ways to funnel taxes on imports that are crushing the Southern economy, so that they can pat themselves on the back and create and use massively overpriced budgets of tax revenue to give towards railroad companies that were moving through, northern sections that were competing with a southern railroad, but the southern railroad was basically a middle America railroad, etc. So I just don't see the idea that the state was lessening in power as it was also increasing its stranglehold, and corruption was growing due to power imbalances that were set up in the structure itself. It doesn't make any sense to what you're saying.
Well, I appreciate the points you're making, but I feel like you're maybe talking a little past me, right? Because you're mentioning, okay, there was tariffs, but I did mention, right, from citing from the book, it said there was no federal inland taxes, right? So the tariffs wouldn't be considered inland taxes, but there was still no federal inland taxes, which is a huge difference.
It was a corruption
compared to what we have today.
We were doing tariffs, right? Because inland taxes would disproportionately affect those in power, which would be the northern industrial economy. And you had all of these northern senators and congressmen that owned beginning railroad companies and owned textiles. And they didn't want inland taxes. They wanted to reduce inland taxes because they would disproportionately affect the North. Whereas the vice versa was true with tariffs. Tariffs would disproportionately affect the South and would protect Northern industry. So it's economic protectionism and corruption from the North as the government gets bigger. But your argument is the corruption itself is proof that the government was lessening and therefore good.
Well, yeah. I never went as far to say therefore good. Because it was lessening.
Fair. But that seemed to be the connection you were hinting at. I'll let you get to it. I'm sorry.
Well, I was gonna mention also you're mentioning the fact that, right, like America is a constitutional republic, but I think also like it's important to mention that also foundational to its system is federalism, which is maybe something we could agree on, right? Decentralization of power, right?
Anarchist, but I mean, like, yeah, sure. I have no problem with more localization as we transition to anarchy.
Well, I'm actually not in, like I've considered myself a libertarian in the past, but I'm be upfront with my views. I am a conservative, and
there's no contradiction between conservative and libertarian or anarchist. You can be all three.
Well, I understand.
Well, you are as a statist.
Well, no, I reject like libertarianism, its political philosophy, like and classical liberalism, like
sure, but right. I'm just saying, being a conservative doesn't mean that you have to be against libertarianism or anarchism, right? Like the Beachy Amish, the Mennonites, they're all extremely conservative, and yet they're pacifists and basically libertarian anarchists. Like they're all for every reduction of state power that can possibly exist, and they don't really care what anybody else says. They just want to govern themselves and their own community, and they only want a community of voluntary people because they don't want people there that don't follow their faith.
That's an important aspect of my perspective. Like even though I might find disagreements with other people, I still try to find common ground with any perspective. And I do consider my perspective and my political views very bipartisan and populist, in that they're appealing to a wide range of political perspectives.
It's such a horrible word, right? Bipartisan usually means people are going to get killed.
Hold on. Just allow me to explain what I mean when I say populist. In that my views are appealing to a wide range of perspectives. Well,
that's not what populism is, right? That's like not what populism is.
I think it's a fair use of the word. I think so. But
why would populist mean? Populist doesn't mean that it's appealing to a large group of people. That's not what populism is.
Okay. Maybe you're right. Maybe if I could find the definition
popular,
I'm looking for, maybe I'll send it to you. But I didn't get to speak more on my second point. Have you ever heard of the Austrian Economic Center? They have a website.
Yeah.
Okay, so they have an article. I should have looked it up before I talked to you, but it's called like localism and spontaneous government, something like that. And basically, they argue that it's possible, like considering spontaneous order and he speaks on Hayek and his theory of local knowledge, and also I believe they also mentioned Michael Polanyi, and basically they argue in that specific article that it is possible for there to be a spontaneous minimalist state, and also their view is that it would occur for like with
what is this
beginning
with
against, well, it's the fact that
you're kind of just saying random things.
it's the fact that it's coming from the Austrian Economic Center, and they argue
I don't
that
care that a
basically
website hosted an article that claims that it's possible for localized governments to spontaneously spring up, at least based upon what you're saying. Yeah,
But-
and
and also Douglas North, who's a very respected scholar of the Institutionalist School of Economics. He wrote a book called Violence and Social Orders, right? And in that book, he argues that like the government-
stop quoting random fucking books and saying that people argue random things, right? You said you have a critique of libertarianism, and you're bouncing all over the place, and you're not giving me a concise thing that I can refute or speak about or elucidate my opinion on. Instead, what you're doing is you're kind of just saying like random things bouncing around. Like you believe that you have critiques of anarcho-capitalism or libertarianism, right? And that's fine. I would love to hear those critiques as arguments. If you want to reference an article or you want to reference an author, that's fine. But the author doesn't actually matter. What matters is the validity of the argument.
The reason why I moved on to a scholar and reference his book was because
I don't need you to justify it. I just need you to give me the argument of the critique.
Was because you pointed out that I cited an article, so that's why I did. But
yeah, no, I don't. I when I critiqued you for citing some random article about some random thing that presumably I don't even disagree with, I wasn't critiquing you for bringing up an article. So please bring up a book. I was saying make a concise argument against libertarianism, and then I can deal with that argument in good faith.
So the argument from the article, right, which is what makes sense to me. That's why I'm using it, right? It is that it's that minimalist state, right? Kind of, I guess, similar to like Robert Nozick's argument, but they're following like in the steps of Hayek and Polanyi, right? And they argue that there can be a voluntary minimalist state, but through spontaneous order.
Okay. The argument that there can be a voluntary state is nonsensical, because the two terms from a libertarian perspective are antithetical to each other, right? Because if you want to talk about Hoppe and Nozick's notion that there can and often ought be covenant communities where people agree to come together in large sections and of purchase property and agree to some form of monopolistic controls within their voluntary system, that's not a state. Like that ceases to be a state as far as the libertarian perspective is concerned. The same way that like a corporation has governance, but it's not a state. And the reason it's not a state is because it's purely voluntary. And all of the land and all of the things are actually owned by individuals or a corporation in which people have shares in, right? So there's no illegitimate ownership or collective ownership of property. Instead, there are voluntary contracts of which people use a form of governance that they agree upon. That's not a critique of libertarianism. That is libertarianism.
Well, I sent you the article if you'd like to look at it. It's called.
I'm not going to read it right now. Like I'm live on stream, right?
All right. Well, I mean, those were the two main criticisms I want to discuss. I did also want just to mention also that my perspective is that similar to what you were discussing earlier, is that I believe in like the way forward is to have like a national conservative counter-cultural revolution.
I don't know what you mean by that. So like I don't know that I agree. Like cultural revolution historically usually ends in a lot of genocide, right? So I'm not sure I know what you mean by that.
Let me draw the distinction. So there was the Marxist cultural revolution, and we saw in like with the Soviet Union, right? It became a political.
It's usually referring
revolution.
to Mao, but yeah.
It became a political revolution outside of America, but in America it was a cultural revolution. And I'm referring to that, like that type of cultural revolution, like in America where there wasn't a political revolution, even though you could argue there was attempts, right? And that's kind of like with McCarthy,
Okay.
right?
Right. You're just saying that you need a shift in the culture,
Yeah,
not necessarily the cultural revolution as it is referred
like a conservative,
historically.
a conservative cultural revolution, countercultural revolution.
I'm less concerned with. I don't know that I agree with you that we need a conservative cultural revolution, because I don't know that all aspects of conservatism as a culture or a philosophy are things that I agree with. Right? Like I think what we need is a libertarian individualist revolution. We need a revolution.
I completely disagree. My view is in local communal self-governance, and going back also to
Well, you can't have local governance that's also self-governance, right? The two are contradictory.
Sorry?
You can't govern the self and then have a local government that governs the self, right? Like you can't, like that is conflict, like that can't exist. You can't have self-governance and local governance at the same time.
Well, I kind of see like centralized political institutions. Well, first of all, I think even in your like worldview, you still see centralization, right? But so centralization of power, right? Within but it and
okay, that's a random claim, but okay. I mean, I disagree, obviously. I disagree that you would see like a central state authority of power under libertarianism, but okay.
Well, the point I was going to make is, well, of course there would be, right? Like you're not opposed to big business, right? And big business is definitely centralized power.
Yeah, I disagree. I think the state is what actually creates monopolistic tendencies in corporations more so than the corporations themselves, unless said corporation is an efficiency monopoly, and then it is almost certainly a good thing.
I agree. Rockefeller he reduced the price of oil continuously.
Yeah, like kerosene.
He didn't raise it like what is the monopolist claim? Where you lower your price?
Yeah, it was like $20 a barrel, and like towards the end it was like $4 and some change. And that's not even adjusting for inflation.
But that still means that he did have a centralized power and influence, right?
I mean, it depends. Like, you seem to be using a lot of words, and then when I say that's not true,
there exists
then you then just kind of go, "Oh, well, I have my own definition of my word."
Centralized powers and markets.
I think I'm not sure that you understand most of the words that you're using. I'm not trying to be insulting.
Wouldn't you agree that centralized powers and markets exist? Right, that's what allows for like globalization.
Okay, I would agree. I would agree that they do exist. That there is a tendency for that, but the issue there is the state. I wouldn't agree that it's the corporations itself that do it. I would say that corporations are. First of all, corporations like the way they exist is a state. Okay, your argument was that there would be centralization under a libertarian worldview. I disagree.
Well, you said there can't be a local government, right?
I said that you can't have local governance and self-governance simultaneously because those are contradictory. You cannot govern the self and then have an entity that governs you above you.
Now I understand where the difference lies. So, when I use this term self-governance, I mean it in its historical, American cultural, and that's how I'm referring. That's how I'm using it. So in that being like, I guess
it's still wrong.
To use the modern libertarian term is, I guess you could call it anti-statist.
But be anti-statist and then be in a state like a system can't be anti-state and statist at the same time. These are contradictory.
Well, I'm not anti-state, but I am anti-statist.
Okay,
right? Like I have.
No, you're not. If you're pro-state, you can't be anti-statist and be for the state.
if you're pro minimalist state, you're or like objectivist or something, you're definitely more um anti-status than like the average
It's not an
leftist. I would think, right?
yeah, you're against being against a large government, a larger government, or expansion of government or socialism doesn't make you anti-statist. It just makes you anti what those positions are.
Well, the point is basically trying to have independent communal power outside as much as possible outside of the government, right? And be dependent as possible on each other locally and communally rather than from centralized government.
Listen. I understand the concept, right? That you are a paleo libertarian, in that you are, or a minarchist, if you will. Either one doesn't matter. And I understand the concept that you believe in a night watchman state, presumably. Right? Correct me if I'm wrong. And the night watchman state is that, like, insofar that there might be a federal government, said federal government really should only be handling treaties, potentially like very, very limited in its tariff structure, if necessary, to not be the victim of trade wars, not to start them, but to be able to defend against them. And that, like, there might be like an FBI or something, to deal with pedophiles, so that like each local government doesn't have to fucking, somehow communicate, that there can be like a central institution that can help them catch the pedophiles that are moving from, one place to another on the internet. Like, right. Like that. But for the most part, the overwhelming majority of governmental decisions should be held by people within a much smaller geographical region, because those people know the region, know the community, know each other, and know the specific needs and desires of that community better than, let's say, people in DC or people in, Alaska. That seems to be what you're mostly in favor for. And I agree that is more libertarian in the small L sense, right? In the sense of like Hayek was a small L libertarian, right? In the sense that like there are a lot of people that believe, Friedmanites and things of that nature, believe in limited government. I grant you that, and I grant you that what it is that you desire is certainly closer to what I desire than what your typical Republican or your typical Democrat or socialist or almost any other political philosophy desires. I'm just saying that ultimately I'm an anarchist, and that self-governance and local governance are contradictory. Now, and that's it. Like that, those are two facts.
So I missed your last point. You said that like anarchy is necessary.
No, I mean, I said I'm an anarchist. I mean, I don't know that it's necessary for what, you know what I mean? Like, it depends on what you mean by necessary. Like,
well, I would say your characterization, your representation of my views were pretty accurate. Like small government, limited government.
Yeah.
I've
met minarchists before.
I do like I think I said before. I do reject libertarianism, though. Like and that is part of my name, and also why I specified communal self-governance rather than individual self-governance. You did also mention something earlier about personal responsibility, right? And I would like to say, like that's something I've been thinking about. Like I believe personal responsibility and individual responsibility is very important. To be responsible, mature, productive person in society. But I think part of that personal responsibility is to be able to cooperate with others.
I don't disagree with that. Right? I think I think what is in man's rational self-interest is obviously going to be the ability to trade skills and to trade resources and to network with other individuals according to their strengths and weaknesses. So it's against your rational self-interest to be piss poor at being able to communicate and network with other individuals. Now, I don't think that you have an individual responsibility to doing so, because I don't think technically anybody has a moral duty or obligation to anybody else in anything, period.
No, that's a fair point. I guess I wasn't speaking in absolute terms. Like, of course, there would be context where
Yeah, I'm not trying to critique what you're saying. Like, please understand, I'm not trying to like shit on you constantly. What I'm trying to do is be precise with my words because I'm live, because people clip me, right? And because if I agree to something, that is like imprecise, people will be like, oh, you fucking said this. And it's like, that's not what I meant. Right. Like, so I get that I'm being autistic with a lot of these words. But it's important that I don't agree to, let's say, like, something like populism is good because I understand that you mean popular and not the political philosophy of populism or something, right? Or any other of these other words, right? I'm a nerd about this shit and I'm very specific about this shit, but also I have to be, or it'll be used against me.
Yeah, well, my point in pointing out the importance of cooperation was getting more towards like my perspective of like human nature is that I don't have an individualistic perspective of human nature.
Right, but is cooperation, and is it a skill, and is it beneficial when it's coerced?
I'm not.
What's
I'm
more
not
valuable?
Sure.
Uncoerced cooperation, or people that actually cooperate voluntarily?
I think we would agree that voluntary exchange is generally most likely preferable to coercion. Although, but there could be like some sort of like a communal or familial coercion that like it could be considered coercion, or maybe like duties and responsibilities that are socially pressured.
But social pressure is like, as an anarchist, I agree, social pressure. Right? But once you start talking about local governance in a minimal government, you're no longer talking about social pressure. Like, at a certain point, you're talking about using the violence of the state to enforce cooperation amongst people that don't desire to cooperate. Why do you think that is justified, to use the violence of the state to force people who don't like each other to cooperate in this presumed greater good?
I think like centralizing power is just at least from my understanding of our current how human society currently functions. I believe that centralization of power, and like when specifically when it comes to like a monopoly of force, is inherent part of our social human nature, or our sociological nature, right? And this is why I was referencing the book by Douglas North, because he argues that this centralized political power what was necessary in order to better manage conflict.
So here's the thing. Your claim is, it. First of all, it's an problem here. It's a naturalistic fallacy, because you're saying it's human nature that we desire that, therefore it is right to do that, which isn't a justification at all. It's a fallacious argument. But let's dig into it, even though it is fallacious. So I could just dismiss that as a non-argument and just throw it away anyways. But let's be as charitable as I can, right? Which is, I think, what you're attempting to communicate is that centralization of power is in man's best interest, because that is how man functions best. And my response to that argument is that there's no reason that if you believe that would happen sporadically, that people would voluntarily give that up, right? Then there is no reason for the state to coerce that behavior in the first place. If it is human nature that we prefer centralized authority, then the centralized authority would occur in a voluntary market. So the question then becomes is, well, why ought it be imposed, as opposed to people being freely able to choose their policing and governmental agencies and the rights enforcement agencies?
How I understand human nature is that, yes, we do have a moral nature, but in reality, though, might is right. And ultimately, it doesn't matter what political system you have. If there's another political system that is much more powerful, and can overtake your system, ultimately it doesn't matter, right? So
Okay, so your argument now is might is right. So
no.
Is
My
gang
follow-up
rape
argument,
right?
that
Like that couple that went to northern India where the woman got gang raped, right? And then they were like, we went to 66 countries and they were fine, and then we went to northern India and they gang raped me, and my husband, he got hit in the head and they had a knife to him, and he watched me get gang raped. Was it morally right for those Indians to rape that woman?
No, my argument is that centralized centralized government is in the interest of the people, and which is why they formed, because they cancel out. Might is right.
You're being contradictory.
The rule of law.
You're being contradictory,
hold on,
right? So you believe it's wrong to gang rape, right?
I just want to be able to finish every point, just so I could fully explain myself. Can I continue?
You're good, brother. You're good. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So my follow up point I want to make is that so
don't let the silence breathe too long, brother. I'm letting you go.
So my argument is that what I see everything. Maybe we could agree on this. I see everything from a bottom up perspective, and this is why I admire the core American political system, because it is a bottom up political system, and this is why Tocqueville referred to it as egalitarian, right? Because allowed the politics begins locally and then moves to the state and then to the federal level, and this is why I was mentioning why the government was stable and there wasn't out of control debt and inland taxes, and so I believe that if a local government is formed by a community, right? But I understand that there's some research into like that there has been some anarchist societies, right? Like
you're not answering my question.
So I'm just allow me to continue. I'm gonna make my point. So as a conservative, I believe that, like, from what we understand of history, you know, the centralized political state has functioned to a certain degree, that it has allowed civilization, and it has allowed civilizations, right? And it has allowed us to get to the point where we are now with the Industrial Revolution, and you get what I'm saying, right?
So, can you hear me? Because you were breaking up a little bit.
Yeah.
Okay, there we go. So here's what I would say. If I were to steelman your argument, right? Your mic is making a bunch of noise. All right, so if I was to steelman your argument, what it sounds like your argument is, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that civilization historically has moved towards a sense of property rights, a sense of individual liberty, and a sense of liberal democracies, away from less superior forms of governance. And the reason it has done so is because there is a kind of like a cost associated with maintaining order. And then if people are too unhappy with that maintained order, then that cost becomes higher. And so over time, as we've gained in power, that these systems have gone, and that there was a certain period of time where the power of the state or technology or whatever shifted in a different direction. And then there was a peak kind of in the early 1800s America, where that power was balanced in an appropriate way. You want to return to that, and that return is this balance between the necessary elements of the federal state and the necessary elements of the localized state. And the reason these elements are necessary is that outside forces of nation states can see a weak enemy, or that the law of the jungle is the natural kind of position of humanity, and that there isn't some level of governance that imposes some order upon the chaos, then regardless of the costs of imposing that order, the outside pressures will be worse and that they will take over in some capacity. So that there's might doesn't necessarily make right, but might makes reality. And therefore, we ought use might as little as possible while still being able to maintain order. And the best way to maintain order is to have the most localized form of government possible, because that is a form of government that is as close to the desires and the will of the people that live in that community, that necessarily must be controlled to some degree, because if left to go rampant and wild, they would just do dumb anarchistic shit to each other and then get taken over. Is that a fair approximation of your beliefs?
Yeah, that's fair. That was a good clarification of my position.
My argument against that is that there's baked into this an assumption of an efficiency of the state, whilst also recognizing the inefficiencies of the state. I don't disagree with the concept that might makes reality, but I do disagree with the concept that might makes right, which is not really what I think you meant, right? I think what you meant is just that without state power, there is, like, it gets taken over. I have a video. I think you've probably, if you said you've been I have a video on how anarchism can defend itself. There's a bunch of arguments in there. It's an older video. My theory isn't that great, but if you haven't seen it, I don't know, check it out. Tell me what you think. Or don't, it's fine. What I would say is that what that argument entails is an understanding that imposing order costs. It costs the societal progress. It costs due to the local knowledge problem that Hayek himself, as you've mentioned that several times, right? Which is that centralization of power, just like centralization of the economy, faces the local knowledge problem, and moving further into Mises, the economic calculation problem. And that this is not just true of taxes or price controls or things like that, but this is also true of governance. And that what occurs is there will always be that the state's imposition, even if local, even if better, will still lack knowledge and lack controls that the price mechanism would have. And that the anarchistic community would be more efficient. And as you mentioned previously, there would even be spontaneous growths of what one might call small localized governments that would work together with treaties and things like that in defense of alliances and pacts. And so I think that there is a presumed kind of like necessity of the state that the logic even of that argument already defeats. That the state isn't necessary for any of those elements.
I just wanted to say I appreciated the conversation. You've been very civil and you've given me a lot of good responses to think over. But I actually didn't think I was gonna be on here for that long. So I think I'm gonna get going now. But like I said, I really appreciated the conversation and you being willing to speak with me.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was just kind of an impromptu thing anyways. I gotta get out of here soon too and eat some dinner and prep for tomorrow with Jack Lloyd. Hope everybody will be there. Because, we'll really get into this open borders versus closed borders position. And I think you personally will probably like it, the minarchist that you are, watching the anarchists try and defend closed borders. Peace. Okay, all right, well, bye. Oh, goodness. All right, I wouldn't call sex trafficked children corporate. So does anybody have any questions or anything before I get out of here? Appreciate you guys. There was where was the... Oh yeah, no, I read that. I just want to make sure I read the super chats. But yeah, what questions did you guys have? Just one. Go for it. Let me check the Discord too, make sure nobody added me in the... Yeah, okay. Nope. So what's my gripe with Dave Smith? So I have a few gripes with Dave Smith. Gripe number one is Israel-Palestine conflict, which is that there is a pattern of people like Clint Russell, redheaded libertarian, I think. She blocked me before we got too much into it. Dave Smith, kind of all repeating Scott Horton's talking points. And I don't have a problem, or like Marty's podcast. I don't have a problem with those arguments per se, but I think they lack a certain nuance. And I think they lack an understanding of how Israel formed and some of the private property things of Israel. And there's a knee-jerk reaction amongst libertarians because Hamas and the Palestinians are not yet a state, at least in the sense that Israel's a state, to be anti-Israel. And we ought to be anti-Israel. But there's a lot of nuance, there's a lot of conversation where like only half of the story is being told by these people. And if you even mention like, hey dude, like you're missing all kinds of important shit that's part of this conversation. And instead just kind of feeding into this popular grift of like, yeah, fuck the Jews. That like, it makes it really difficult to be able to have meaningful conversation about how we solve these problems. Because like, yeah, I want to talk about the Nakba, and I want to talk about the fact that Israel, that Israel is, is in possession of stolen land. Absolutely. From a private property perspective, that there are people that have property deeds to homes that Jews are currently occupying, because they were forced out in the Nakba. And I do want to talk about some of the issues with settlement. And I do want to talk about, the horrible things that Israel does. But like when you tout these kind of bullshit lines, like, oh, what's a good example? Oh, well, actually this one far right guy, after he was out of government, absolutely proves that the 6-day war was started by Israel and it was an aggressive act. And it's like, you mean the war where the Suez Canal is taken over? The Jews are no longer allowed to trade through this region. The UN is sent in. Egypt kicks out these peacekeeping troops, and then they start working with Jordan and amassing troops on their border and in their airfields in preparation for an invasion of Israel. Israel finds out that these people are amassing troops after they've tried every peaceful means of being able to utilize like trade through international routes, but they've been blocked because fuck the Jews, or because of their issues with Palestinians, or because whatever fucking reason. And the UN peacekeeping troops can no longer exist there. That they then bomb the airfields for the people that were amassing troops on their border. Like, all of that context is stripped away by talking points that these people make. And it's like, I can hate the state while also being honest and conversing and having a nuanced take on this. And it's like, and then the moment you say these things, they're like, oh, you're lefty, you want nuance, Israel are bad guys. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't make Hamas good guys. And it's like, instead, what we're doing is we're feeding in to a familiar kind of narrative that is attached to a Marxian kind of cultural battle, if you will. Right? Like we see that, like, there's a reason that so many hardcore leftists are all pro-Palestine. It's an oppressor dynamic. And it's like, we ought to be able to talk shit about Israel, and we also ought to be able to talk and should be talking about how fucking evil the PLO is. And we should be talking about the fact that they tried to assassinate the monarchy in Jordan. And we should be talking about the fact that they basically started, or at the very least instigated, a massive portion of the civil war in Lebanon. And we should be able to talk about all of the issues that the Palestinians and Hamas have, because it's like, just giving them power as a part of the two-state solution is a solution, but we need to be leery of how we do that and what political power we give. And instead, the Palestinians are the oppressed, Israel are the oppressor, and we feed into these Marxian narratives and anti-Semitic narratives, which, like, I don't know, Dave Smith, you're a fucking ethnic Jew. Like, maybe you should care about that a little bit. Yeah, it's just like, I don't want to be, right. Group guilt mentality, exactly. So that was my primary issue. I said that, and I did like a Twitter post where I was just like shit talking like the first couple of minutes. And then like he just barraged me and quote tweeted me and like barely answered any of the questions. Was like, and I said that, I don't think Scott Horton is libertarian, even though he founded the Libertarian Institute. that I don't think he's fundamentally libertarian. They're like, how fucking dare you come after Scott Horton saying he's not libertarian? How that's fucking psycho. And I was just like, dude never talks about libertarianism in any of this fucking, every time he goes on a podcast, it's a very socialist worldview. It's anti-war, which is amazing and great, but he never discusses private property. He never discusses, how we ought bring private property rights back. Like if I was an ANCAP talking about the Israel war, I would be talking about property deeds. I'd be talking about, Israelis being prima facie homeowners, but that property deeds ought be recognized by a criminal court, and that that Israel is, the Nakba is a terrible thing. And at the same time, I would also be talking about those issues within Palestine, and how the narratives that we tell are important, and you can tell where those narratives are coming from. But you are an ANCAP, yeah, which is why I talk about that. So that was my primary thing, and then lately, Dave Smith he's a bordertarian like I am, but he's just been saying a bunch of commie garbage. He calls all the open borders people commies, which I don't know, fair enough. But then his justification for closed borders is these other people say it, therefore I'm right. So it's appeal to authority. And then it has been reductios that bake in aggression, such as the heroin addict that shoots heroin in front of the kids at the school. And then the other ones have been the will of the people, which is collectivism. And then recently he said if that's what the libertarian position is, I'm not a libertarian. Bit of a problem. And then lastly he was like, I'm really friendly to consequentialism, and I love consequentialism, and et cetera sometimes, and maybe we have to think about the consequences of our policies without actually understanding what's going on there. So yeah, those are a lot of my issues with Dave Smith. I would like a clarification on how fraud is aggression more than just lying. Also, no biggie, but my name is Sick Fox. Oh, I don't know why Silk is what's coming to mind. So thank you. 9 principal elements of fraud. So what we're gonna do here real quick. Is this the one I want? Yeah, this one will work fine. Let me present this. So I'll give you this link. I can post links. And thank you, by the way. So this link does a really good example of explaining what fraud actually is. Because I think people need to understand what fraud is before they can understand why fraud is a form of aggression. Because I think, like you said, is more than just lying, right? So there are 9 principal elements of fraud. So the first one is the representation of the fact. The second is its falsity. So it is indeed false. Third one here, right? We have materiality. So a representation or concealment effect is material if it operates as an inducement to the other party to enter into a contract where, except for such inducement, it would not have done so, right? So it's not just lying, but it's lying to gain some money, etc. You made a live stream 2 hours and 40 minutes and you win. All right. Well, the next one's going to be fun. It's going to happen in the middle of the day tomorrow. So actually, what time is it exactly? Let me 1 p.m. 1 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. So get ready for that. It'll be early for me. And then the representative of knowledge is its falsity or ignorance of its truth. So you have to know that you're lying. You can't just be lying by accident. The injured party's ignorance of the falsity. So you can't be lying to someone that knows that you're lying, because then it's not really fraud, because I know you're lying, right? So you're just saying gobbledygook. The injured party's reliance on the truth, right? So I have to rely on the truth. It can't be that it can't, if the lie doesn't matter because it's not an important lie that I have to rely on in order to understand, or that I can find elsewhere. And then that's where 8 comes in. The injured party's right to rely thereon. It's these two are tricky. Read up on it, but basically if I can very easily Google that it's a lie, then it's not really fraud, because it's like it's a thing I can quickly Google and be like, that's not true, right? Like, whereas like assuming that I have access to do that, right? So it becomes fraud when it's in the moment and I have to make a decision now, or if like there isn't a meaningful way for me to determine that you're actually lying. Like you're representing it as truth, but like there's no way for me not to know. And then of course the injury, right? Like if I don't lose any money or I'm not wounded in any capacity or anything, then it's not fraud. So that's why fraud is more than just lying. It's lying, and you have no choice but to believe the lie, because there's no way for you to know that it isn't a lie, and you're damaged by said lie. Is kind of the three things, but they break down a little bit more in that article, the 9 things, if you will, from a common law perspective. It's not 1-to-1 with a libertarian view, but it's pretty good. So that's why it's more than lying. So it's separation of someone from their property through constraining someone's access to relevant information that's key. Separating them from their property or damaging their property. But I mean, you could call that separating, right? Like, so I mean, fraud can be like, for example, I made a case on Twitter the other day, and like nobody saw it because, I'm fucking shadow banned often, or still are. But like Richie was grabbed an article from Reddit where someone was like, hey, can I let my bottom surgery close up? Like, can I do that? Like what would I do? Right? Like they're asking all these questions because they were having issues with bottom surgery, right? Where they had, lost their penis and had it turned into like a neo-veg. And I said, like, basically like, yeah, like if you want to do that as an adult. But to me, this speaks of medical fraud, because it's really difficult for people to find the truth, because there's so much of like so many of these agencies and people that are supposed to be telling you the truth are lying, and then the doctor is lying, and so you don't really know what's going. You can't know, because all these presumed experts out there are agreeing, and your doctor's bullshitting you, and you don't really understand the complications that are coming, and so you agree to this surgery for their profit, and you give them money, and then you're damaged in your body, and then it turns out that the thing that like some online conservatives were saying, but all the experts were saying was bullshit, turns out to be exactly true, and you didn't have informed consent. To me, that's medical fraud. And you ought to be able to sue the fuck out of a doctor when you regret your bottom surgery, when they're not honest with you about what's going to happen. When they're like, I don't know that they were dishonest about it, but because I don't even know that the Reddit person's, it could be a plant, right? But assuming that they're telling the truth, and assuming that their doctor, didn't inform them of all these potential complications and what happens if something goes wrong, to me, and assuming that they attempt to look into it and all they find is Reddit that's all positive about how amazing it is, and then they like find CDC and APA and AMA articles and shit that downplay the fuck out of it and bury the fucking, the relevant complications in like the 7th of like 9 paragraphs, so that it's like, like when you read the title in the first paragraph, you don't even see it. Those things together constitute fraud. It's more than just lying, right? Like it's that person, a reasonable person wouldn't know that they were being lied to, because all the experts are telling them lies. And now they can't go back. They're out of their money, and they don't have a penis anymore. And they have a neo-vaginus, they have this surgery outcome that is not what they desired, and they didn't know would be like this. And there's nothing they can do about it. At least currently. Like maybe in the future we'll be able to fix it. Maybe surgery gets better, etc. But at least as it stands right now, there's nothing they can really do about it. So that's kind of the thing about fraud, is that like it's more than just lying. In what way can intellectual property rights be enforced in anarchist society? So first, let's assume that you want IP. Right, because that's not necessarily a safe assumption. Me personally, I don't believe in IP. But one of the ways that you could do the thing about, if you live in a world, so you're never going to have IP in an ANCAP society, not the way that it's currently enforced. Oh, thank you. Richie deserves better advice than he has had, as does everyone who has sought these procedures. A free market could have fixed this early on. Absolutely. Because D-trans people would sue the fuck out of like lying, spurious bullshit doctors. And what that would mean would very quickly be that a lot of these bullshit doctors would just go away. Like a lot of these doctors would go away because they'd be sued out of existence. And so the only doctors that would be left would be people that were really, really fucking careful. Right? That made sure that you really knew what the complications were. And they wouldn't do it on kids because they'd be like, fuck no, I'm not risking in like a year you coming out and being like, fuck, I'm D-trans. I was a kid. I couldn't consent, like pay for my medical bills for the rest of my life. They wouldn't risk it, right? They would only do these surgeries on adults. They might do hormone replacement therapy and androgen therapy on kids. But it would be very, very, very rare. And it would only exist for people that are like super, super, super like obviously trans, right? Like here's them when they were 3 years old playing with Barbie dolls. Here's them playing dress up at 4. Here's them at 5 saying, I'm a fucking girl. Here's them at 6 saying, I'm a girl. Here's them at 7 saying, I'm a girl. Here's them at 8 saying, I'm a girl. Here's them at 9 having a freak out at the, at American Eagle, crying and screaming because I tried to buy them boy clothes, and they've been telling me for the past 5 years that they're a girl and they don't want to wear these clothes because it doesn't match who they are in the inside. That's an incredibly rare person, but the right likes to pretend like those people don't exist, and the left likes to pretend like every trans person is that person. And they're both lying through their fucking teeth. Like, those people do exist, and they're a very small fraction of like the current non-binary trans community. Those people in a free market would probably receive puberty blockers and hormone replacement therapy as minors. And I don't necessarily have an issue with that. So long as the child has a right to sue when they're older, in the event that they're D-trans, saying, hey, I was a child, I couldn't consent. You didn't do right. Like you were supposed to prove that this was a medically necessary thing for me, to preserve my body as it ought to be preserved. And instead you damaged my body. And so you would have these clinics that would you would have a common law merge where these things would be allowed, but they would have to be like, you would have to sign away your rights in order to do them, to suing. And the medical malpractice insurance would be really high. Unless you were incredibly strict and rigid with whom you gave androgen therapy and HRT to. And then you would find people like Buck Angel as a small girl and be like, yeah, you probably need androgen. You probably need this shit, right? Like, you would find people that like very clearly from a very young age were like that. All right, but getting back to one MDA, sorry, super chat, answer the question. In what way can intellectual property rights be enforced in anarchist society? So, again, I don't know that I want IP at all, but I'll engage. You're never going to get IP the way it currently is. And the way that it currently is really destructive and really bad from any perspective you look at, right? Like, the shit that's in an EpiPen in pure concentrate is on every medical cart in America for like $3. And yet, EpiPens are like $600. And they expire after 1 year, despite the fact that they actually expire after like 3 years. It's a racket. And it's a racket that's made possible by intellectual property, where companies are able to ever so slightly change a formula or ever so slightly change a mechanism, which, by the way, those mechanisms are actually grandfathered in, so they don't even go through FDA approval. And that comes with all kinds of problems in and of itself, because there's no private equivalent to the FDA. So there's all kinds of problems, right, with IP in a lot of areas. But the concept here really is like, well, wouldn't this stifle invention? And wouldn't this stifle writers? So one thing here is that non-disclosure agreements can occur from contracts. So let's set writing aside, because that's a separate thing. Let's talk about inventions. So, and we can group inventions with drugs. When you have an invention, but you don't have intellectual property. What you have instead is first to market advantage. So long as you're able to keep something a secret, you'll be the first person to put something on the market, and then other people are capable of reverse engineering. Once they reverse engineer, they'll be able to make copies. Now, in things like toys and technology, we see this happen all the fucking time. Anyways, and it's part of the success of China economically has been their very, very loose IP laws, which is really to say that they steal fucking shit all the time. And then America goes, oh, and we enforce it. And then they don't enforce it. Right. So there's an imbalance there. Because Huawei will just straight up steal some shit and immediately release it. And then like, we're just like, oh, I guess it happened. I guess Huawei stole another invention again. Right. But like we maintain the structure that holds things back and they don't. So you have first to market advantage, which is you have a new technology. And then because that new technology comes out, it's novel. And because it's novel, people purchase your product because they like the novelty of it. This is especially powerful in things that are really complicated, especially if they're part of a complex manufacturing system. So, for example, cars, vehicles. You can't just real quickly steal an invention and retool a vehicle with a new thing. Manufacturing process is like the overwhelming amount of research that people think goes into concepts. That's not where most time and money is spent. Most time and money is spent in the manufacturing process, how to make something cheap. Inventing shit is easy. How to mass produce something is actually way, way harder. And so if a new invention comes out that you might put in a car, for example, it's going to take a year, maybe even 2 years before that invention hits the market in any other car company. So you're going to have this market advantage. So if you're the first person to invent, for example, self-parking, parallel parking vehicles, you're not going to see that invention instantaneously in every other car. Even with the IP being gone, you're going to have a first to market advantage. And that first to market advantage is also going to translate towards respect and customer and brand loyalty. So if I'm Honda and I invent that, a lot of people are going to buy that car first because it has that feature. Then all cars will have that feature, but people will have been made fans of Hondas because of that invention. The other thing that you can do, non-disclosure agreements. So there's nothing wrong with a non-disclosure agreement. Now, granted, there's nothing wrong with, if you come up with an idea, protecting that idea in your company so that nobody else finds about it while it's being researched, developed, and manufactured. So without those NDAs, other people would discover the self-driving invention early on and they'd be right there with you. But with non-disclosure agreements, if you're one of those people working on those things and you sign these agreements, for most things, you can protect your invention. And if it's a really, 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 really important invention for the world, somebody might be willing to break a non-disclosure agreement and let it out there. I don't know what that means. I don't know if that's bad or good, right? Like if you discover the cure to cancer and you're going to like sit on it for 2 years, somebody might just break their fucking NDA. And I think that might even be a good thing because they're willing to break the contract and pay out. Whether or not that's aggression, I don't know. Breaking a contract, saying like, look, I don't like this contract anymore. I'm out. I'll pay the out. Because I think it's wrong that you're withholding the cure to cancer because you want to figure out a way to like put it in something super complicated that'll take years for people to be able to reverse engineer or something. I don't know, whatever. I'm kind of iffy in a gray area on whether or not that's justifying aggression. I'd have to ask somebody else about that. But nevertheless, that is what would happen in reality. So then we get to writing. It's absolutely true if I'm an author and I write a book. People can immediately scan my book, copy my book, make copies of my book, and I will never get money from them selling copies of my book. How do we enforce that in an ANCAP society? Well, first we have to determine that we do indeed want that, right? That's super important that famous authors make millions by strangling intellectual property so that all of the effort that they put into those books happen. I don't know that that's necessarily true. I think we've seen in many cases, even without IP, people using the internet in new and creative ways to monetize things via advertising. And I think without IP, there will be other systems that spring up, other market mechanisms, such as like YouTube exists, right? And many of those market mechanisms may voluntarily enforce a kind of pseudo IP, right? So if, for example, YouTube protects IP so that only the original creator does that, and it turns out that people really like that that's really functional, and that it really incentivizes the best creators and makes the best creators the most money, then YouTube will likely beat out any company that's just stealing their shit, where it has like all these copies that are everywhere that makes it difficult to find the good creators, and that doesn't properly incentivize people. So it will likely be true that if it actually is functional and good and valued, that the market will favor that. And if it isn't as favorable, I don't think that the market will. If they pay to get out of the contract, then I suppose any conflict would be resolved, even if it was an aggression on the part of the contract breacher regarding the NDAs. Yeah, I agree with that. I just don't know if that is... I have to think about whether or not that actually is aggression. I agree with you that if it is aggression, it would be resolved. But my question is saying one ought break their contract that they voluntarily agreed to and pay the exit clause because they value telling more than they do the contract. I don't know if that is per se aggression or not. I'm 50-50 on whether or not that's aggression. Because you had a voluntary contract and you broke the contract. Then like saying one ought break a contract is saying one ought commit fraud. Retroactively, I'm saying one ought commit fraud. Right? So I don't kind of, but I don't know if I am or not. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know if I'm not sure. It stretches to the limit of my what I've thought about. I'd have to ask some of the smarter ANCAPs. Got it. IP sounds bad and NDAs sound cool. I just had the idea you believed that intellectual property is real property in comments section and I got confused. No, not at all. The objectivists believe that intellectual property is real property because they believe in this concept of like invention and ownership occurring in the mind. My issue with that is that like, yeah, the scarce resource, the moment it leaves your mind and goes onto the printed paper, it is no longer scarce in the sense that like another person can copy it, right? Like obviously it's still a scarce resource because all resources are scarce because there's not an infinite amount of resources, right? But like because I own the book in my mind, but I gave it to the world in print and I put it out there. I don't own your printing press. I don't have the right to say that your printing press can't copy things that you found and chose to copy, right? Like it like there is the entire process of the non-aggression principle is based upon the concept of conflict and conflict reduction being integral to all ethical systems, which is to say that when scarce resources are used for opposing means, then conflict is initiated. But if I have a person A has a book and then they make the book and person B reads the book and purchases a copy of their book and then copies that book, well, now you have two books. Like that's not a scarce resource. Book A is the scarce resource. The copy is not the same as the original. I own my fountainhead, but I'll lend it to the right woman. Hey, Casimir. What's up? A spurious or misleading contract shouldn't be considered to be good faith. One big reason you could possibly state that better. Yeah, I agree, but what if it's an explicit contract that says, hey, we're working on cancer research. In the event that we discover the cure to cancer, you won't tell anyone. If you do, you owe us $100 million or something, right? Or however much money, whatever it is, right? Is it aggression to intentionally break that contract because you believe that someone is holding on to the cure for cancer and you know the cure for cancer and you've made copies of it as part of your work, and you own via your own printing press, whatever it is in your mind, because you're the scientist, right? So it's in your mind, right? Like you're not using any stolen property to make it. You know the cure to cancer. Is it aggression to say, I cancel this non-disclosure agreement because I currently value telling the world about cancer treatment more than the clauses, than the amount of money I have to pay for the exit clause for breaking this NDA? I don't know. It would be, Casimir, I'm saying company A has the cure for cancer. Person B signs an NDA with company A saying that they won't give any company secrets. Person B learns that company A has the cure for cancer, and then learns, because they're a scientist, exactly what the cure for cancer is in their mind. So they never use their property, and they're never like using their company property or anything to copy stuff down, right? Or they copy it down on Notepad, whatever their notes, right? And they know this. And they learn, for whatever reason, company A wants to sit on the cure for cancer for the next 10 years while they complicate the formula so that the new complicated formula would be almost impossible to reverse engineer, so that they could make a lot more money off of the cure for cancer, because they don't want to just give it up. And person B is like, there's a lot of people dying of cancer, and my NDA says I have to pay $250,000 if I violate it. So I go to company A and I go, you know what? I value the world knowing about the cure for cancer that I have memorized in my head more than this clause. Here's your $250,000. I'm going to company C that I know will give the cure to cancer to the world what is in my head, which is the cure for cancer. Is that aggression? I'm not sure. Yeah, that's my intuition too, Casimir. I just wasn't 100% sure on it, and I was like, I kind of needed to field it and think it out a bit. But Casimir, I think you're right, and I think that it is okay. I'm a little scared to say that it's okay unless there's something I haven't thought about in there that makes it aggressive in some capacity. But hey, Casimir, do you have time? I have time if you want to talk about your property thing. You said that you had a public trust for public property or whatever. Did you want to hop on for a minute? Yeah, I want to hear your opinion before tomorrow. Because I am interested. So we can get a little bit of a sneak peek. Oh god, I sent you the wrong link. That's wrong link. Hold on. Oops. Well, if anybody has fast fingers, they can hop in here, but I still have to drag you in, so it'd be useless for you to do so. Kinsella's partially working. Yeah, I know. I think I God, I'd love to talk to Kinsella about it. I wonder, once I get done with finishing like my rough draft for my Substack article, I might send it to Kinsella and see what he thinks about it. See if he'll answer me, because I think that I don't know that he follows me on the current Twitter account, even though I've spoken to him before and we've interviewed him on the show before. I don't know if I send anything to him if he'll see it. And I don't want it just like out there everywhere while I'm still working on it, right? Did company say up front they would sit on it for 10 years because they would be a deceptive, relevant clause of hidden? I think it would make your case stronger that it's not aggressive, because that would be fraud, right? Or maybe not fraud, but potentially fraud, depending on the contract. No, I'm assuming it's not about whether or not they have a breach clause. What I'm saying is it aggression if you intentionally breach the contract just because you don't want to or whatever? I don't know. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, the more I'm with you and Casimir. My initial intuition is correct, that it's not aggressive at all to just pay the breach clause. Now, if you refuse to pay the breach clause, that would be a form of aggression, I suppose. Hold on. Casimir's coming in here and I want to talk to him. I got to pee real quick, so I'll be right back. Give me just a second. So streaming is like the exact opposite of doing surgery, which is if you're a surgeon, you want to wash your hands to the utmost capacity to eliminate every single solitary potential germ you ever could. But if you're streaming, you want to wash your hands as minimally as possible so that you can say that you actually washed your hands and you killed just enough germs to get the pee and whatever famundus cheese off of your hands. And I just figured you guys should know that I wash my hands, but it was really like squirt, back of the hand, water, flick, run in the other room. like it was the exact opposite of how a surgeon is really getting up into the elbows, making sure there's no germs anywhere. Where you at, Casimir? Did I give you the wrong link? I swear I pulled a link right from here. Hold on. Oh. Casimir, you said I have time. I DM'd you the link, the StreamYards link. So I'm just waiting on you, buddy. I thought if I peed, that would give him plenty of time to hop in. Let's see if there's any other. Just shake twice. Look, I have a Prince Albert. So now and it's basically permanent because I got it like a decade ago. So I sit down when I pee and I don't care. I don't care at all. I sit down when I pee. I don't stand. Not unless I have to. All right, let me bring you in.
Hello.
Hey. What's up, dude? Your microphone actually sounds pretty good. Yeah, I know you've been working. And I've been doing all kinds of stuff. Mostly big win for me. I've been doing a lot more. Spend a lot more time with my kid and taking care of him and stuff on off days and stuff, and so it's been fun. But yeah, I'm we're coming back to streaming a little bit. I'm testing out YouTube streaming to see how it works. YouTube seems, after like their COVID freakouts or whatever, it seems like YouTube is chilling out a little bit because Neil Mohan doesn't want to lose too much advertiser revenue, and Twitch just keeps getting worse. And
yeah.
So yeah, it's like
horrendous.
It's like Twitch is so bad. I don't even know why people are there, because you're splitting your audience on two platforms anyways. And also it seems like YouTube, from what I've been reading lately, and we'll see, they care a lot more about vertical kind of like discovery in their algorithm. So it's like YouTube seems to be favoring channels that put out shorts, put out videos, and live stream. Like this seems to be the new wave of their because it's like they'll send it, if someone gets a short, they'll send it. Okay, you look tired and you look like I'm rambling about some dumb shit. I want to hear you. Yeah, I want to hear what you were talking about, because I didn't get it. I DM'd you that day. You were like, "Hey, Sunday," and I sat in Discord for a while waiting for you, and then
you should have called me. I have Discord.
Yeah, I know.
Yep. But anyway, so there's a post on Twitter that you can find, if you're lucky. It's buried, where I claim trustship over every public property in New York City, and so far I'm not aware of any other libertarian who has ever done it or wants to contest my trustship. But I welcome somebody to do it, because as a trust holder, I'm not doing a very good job, honestly, of executing it. And if somebody is stronger and wants to execute it on behalf of the victims, be my guest. However, because I hold New York City in trust, or the public parts of it, then I would say there is now a group of outsiders that I can exclude, which are people who did not contribute to the construction of these public parks and everything else, and the roads, I guess, and anything else that the state claims. So that's basically the idea. I have really, so you haven't seen me, right? I've been doing this on camera, not just in preparation for Jack Lloyd, I promise, because I've been in preparation for this article. I have read basically everything there is to read, at least in terms of excerpts on the instantiation of property, common property, public property, private property. Common property is
mostly just the one article by Hoppe, but there's a couple other things. I've been really been looking into this. So I would take a couple issues with what you're saying. So what I would say first is public property falls into several categories. There's several categories of public property. Let's take New York specifically, for example. So category one of so first of all, what is public property? Public property is when the state forces all of its citizens to be involuntary owners of a property of which they are shareholders but have no right to sell their share whilst maintaining their easement rights. At least that's how Hoppe defines it.
I don't disagree with Hoppe. You said some things that are gibberish to me, and in a scholarly discussion, I would disagree with the language, with every bit of it. So I don't believe that it can be made an owner by force. So what happens is my money was stolen, and was used to invest in some kind of public enterprise which has executors. So, for example, my tax money.
I don't think we disagree here. That's fine.
Okay. Yes. So, but what happens is I own, I own, I guess, the currency paper that is stolen from me, which is my mandated by the government means of exchange.
Mm-hmm.
Let's simplify it. A bunch of silver is taken from me each year and is used to pay a contractor to maintain or build a public park.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a good analogy?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so I don't yet own that public park. At the start of this analogy, I need to explain why I could gain some right to exclude from that park. I don't believe I'm the owner of that park. What I'm the owner of is the original silver that I paid. And now there is a criminal organization with multiple tiers that we should analyze. The top tier is the politician decision makers. They have the mens rea to steal my money, right? They are the brains behind the operation. And then they are either willing or unwilling accomplices, or not willing, but knowingly or unknowingly performing a crime. So the company, the contractor that builds the park is either a willing criminal or an accidental, sort of unwilling, unaware criminal. In both cases, the contractor is one of the people from whom I can ask for my money. I can say, you're part of this organization, and this organization paid you money that it did not owe, which is most likely my property, so give it back. And when I don't get that property back, then I can point at their assets and say, because you are...
I do disagree with this part, but yeah.
Because you are a criminal,
write it down.
I can seize other things rather than the specific thing that I owe. I can seize compensation in other ways. I can hold, and if I seize more than the total of what is owed to me, if I see something more valuable, then I can, what I can do is hold it in trust. And then I can liquidate it, convert it into silver, and the portion of silver that doesn't belong to me, I can store for the next victim who will show up with evidence that they're owed, and then I'll facilitate the payout. So I'm the trust holder. I think that is perfectly fine within the study of restitution. And the best analogy we have for this is guardianship of children, which operates on if you don't understand what a trustee is in libertarian terms, you can look at a very, very similar but slightly different term, which is guardianship. The child cannot actualize their ownership. The victim cannot actualize their ownership. So the guardian or the trust holder can actualize it for them. A quick example. Some people are chasing a thief and money falls out of, a money bag falls out of the thief's pockets. And the chase keeps going, and I'm a random stranger. I know, if I understand what went on, I can pick up that money, but I can't consider it abandoned. I can pick it up and hold it in trust, and advertise that I found someone's wallet, try to find the rightful owner, hoping possibly for voluntary compensation. And if I don't like to hold the money in trust, what I can do is I can bring it to some public place and say that I'm going to deposit it there for someone else who wants to be the trust holder. Maybe the local bank will want to. So that's how I believe trust holding operates in this example. And now,
okay,
go ahead. Let's analyze.
So maybe I should put forward at least my framework, and then maybe we can both be aware where both of us are kind of starting from, and maybe that'll kind of help us like communicate better, instead of me just being like, no, this is wrong because this. Maybe like if we can both kind of see where we agree and disagree. So what I would say is, yeah, for sure. What I would say is I have come along more so to the open borders, kind of some of their views a little bit, in having read a ton of the stuff. So what I would say is that all public property, and you took umbrage with the Hoppa's position that it is forced ownership. I recognize that the ownership is a pseudo ownership, that it is not a genuine ownership. Instead, the concept of forced ownership would be that we are much like common property, where the transition of common property. So let me first go back and say, what is common property and how is that established? So if I'm in a village and there is a well, or let's say there is a road that goes from one village A to village B. Now, everyone in the village has utilized this path, this road. No one built this road. This road was trammeled by the collective feet of everyone in the village. And they constantly move to and from village B from village A via this road. And then one day we recognize that some people in the village want to do something with the road and some people in the village don't want to do something with the road. Now we have conflict that has been accrued because there's no private property owner. Because there's no private property owner, we have two or more individuals that want to use scarce resources towards opposing means. Conflict has been initiated. So what ought we do? Well, what ought we do is we ought create a private owner. Some entity and or person ought be a private owner so that we can establish that someone or something has exclusive rights on what can and can't be done with this road. The problem is let's say we just decide, what do we do? How do we get there? What is the logic of creating this private property owner? Well, one way to do that is a private property owner might come in and pay for the road to be paved. And he says, this is my road now. Like, I paid to have it paved. The road's so much more efficient. Now I have a right to collect taxes on or tolls on people that go through the road, except they don't, because there are easement rights here. Because there is an understanding that the road was left untrammeled. People have easement rights to use said road. And when I say people, I mean specifically only those people that were living in that village that were previously using that road in that way. They have easement rights of some kind. And what this means is that what ought to be done is either a private entity takes over ownership and maintains people's easement rights, and people are okay with it because of the improvements that they purchase that communicates intersubjectively that like this is theirs, but they must maintain those easement rights. So people in the village must move from point A to point B without taxation by the new owner. But new people can come, and the new owner can say, hey, I put a stall here, right? And if I build something different, like a quicker road that has a bridge, I can put taxes on that road. That applies even to these people. But the original people have a common property right of easement. Another thing that can be done is that that a trust is set up, as you put, and that everyone owns shares in said trust in the village. And you're just saying no, but okay. Everyone owns shares in said trust in the village, because they all have a common property right to this road. They all were individually using this road. They all had an easement on this road, and no one improved the road. No one did anything that communicated their ownership of the road. And so they can set up a system of shares, and individuals can then sell their shares to other people if they so choose. And eventually the incentive structure will bring it to one owner over time, because it will go towards those most useful or those that have free money eventually, but they will maintain those easement rights. Because no one improved the road, no one changed the road, what happened is half of the village wanted to do thing A and the other half wanted to do thing B. They get shares. There's some voting. You don't like it. You sell your access to other people. You have a right to divestment while maintaining your easement rights as well. Nothing that neither A nor B can deny the easement rights of the other people. So this is in part what much of the property is in America that is public property. Is roads, for example. They're very much that way, in the sense that all of us American citizens are utilizing this road to go from point A to point B. That is, this road was unowned. We were forcibly made partial owners, which is a pseudo fake ownership, by saying, oh, it's public property. The will of the people exists, right? And the will of the people say it's okay. Except if I disagree with the will, I don't get to maintain my access to the roads and sell my shares. Instead, I'm forced to maintain the road via my taxes that are stolen from me. And so I'm part of this trust, but I have no rights in this trust. So that is it. Now, to add on to this, I'll try and be quick because I see you're like, hey man, I'm writing it down, but there's a lot here. To add on to this, there are other forms of public property. And what I would say is this: public property that is unchanged, such as national parks. No, I've come around through the literature, as far as I'm concerned, that this isn't property that is owed some financial restitution towards other people. This is unowned property. No one has ever improved said property. And the homeless heroin addict gets to go out into that place and build a house out in the state park. So that's one form of property. The other form of property, and this is specifically true in New York especially, is areas where the state has used condemnation and has used eminent domain to steal property from private owners in an attempt to build roads, schools, etc. This has occurred many times, and if you look into the history, especially of New York, when the national highway system came forward, there was a lot of theft. And on top of that, there was a lot of corruption to try and destroy the property values of people that were holdouts so that they could then get a fair market price that was even lower than what the economy might have, like the regular average price might have presumed at the time. So that would be another form of property.
Robert Moses was the evil guy there.
Yeah. You know about it. Okay, cool. And then last but not least, what I would say is this is where I think we'll have a major disagreement. I think that those that maintain the road, especially those via tollway systems, are actually the prima facie owner of said public property, in the sense that they are maintaining and taking funds from the owner. So if a company has a toll, they are the prima facie owner because they built it and they're recouping their costs via the toll roads that people are using, especially if people have a choice, presumably, right, to go to a different road, but they go through that road for sake of convenience because it's quicker to get to their destination. They're paying a toll. That toll roads owned by private companies, those are the prima facie owners of that property, because they're the ones that are currently maintaining the property. So as the property ought be returned to the citizenry, common property rights such as schools ought to be respected, which is to say heroin addicts don't get to go into schools and fucking shoot up heroin in the middle of class, because everyone in the community is utilizing this property as a school and they have some common property right to this place as an institution of learning. Those would be my argument in full. Maybe some elements are missing, but sorry. I've been really passionate reading and writing a lot about this.
I really, really dislike the language. I would not use the word shares ever. I would not use the words common property. I would not even use the words public property, except say it in such a way that it's clearly evident that it's in major quotation marks, which is how libertarians always say it, which is fine. But the reason why is because you are engaging. So here's what I recommend before tomorrow. When you're done with this all of these interactions, find the following video. It is by Stefan Kinsella, and I'll link it to you afterwards. But it talks about dangerous metaphors. You probably read the article, possibly.
Yeah.
It's
this even goes as far like the concept of like mixing your labor with property, right? That like the even utilizing that language is kind of like, in a way, like giving the commies the foot in the door that they need to be like, so you agree that like you agree with the labor theory of value at least a little bit, or when I say common property, you go, you agree that like everybody has like a
let's
common
talk about
right.
it. Let's talk about it. So the road is slightly different because there's issues of forestalling with the road, which are forestalling in labyrinths is like a very actually I would call like a frontier concept in libertarianism that too many of our masters believe it's totally solved, like Kinsella, but I think is wrong, unfortunately. And Hoppet is seems to be totally oblivious to this, or not commenting on it much, and the rest are just not paying as much attention. Dominiak wrote a really good article about it. So forestalling can complicate roads, but let's keep them as an example of something that everybody keeps using, like a well or a road, without this particular road has no forestalling. So what is their use? Well, the question is, does their use communicate exclusion? If their use does not communicate exclusion, then none of them are property owners. I changed my mind on this. None of them are property owners. In fact, it is unowned. The fact that they have invested labor in creating it is meaningless, because property has to have, in order for ownership to be actualized the first time, for homesteading to occur, to begin that big chain from of trading and other means of restitution and other means of acquiring property that are legal, at the origin of everything has to be homesteading. Homesteading has to communicate homesteading. You build a fence, you build a sphere, you plant trees along the edge of a field, and you put signs on them saying do not enter. Once you do that in any language that is recognizable by your surroundings, that's conceivable to understand, to the extent that you're communicating, to the extent that you're providing evidence that for a latecomer to show up and be excluded. If you let's say take a bunch of gold and bury it underneath the ground without any sign for it, and someone else comes in and digs it up, even though the gold is extremely valuable and took you decades to put there, you have communicated abandonment. You have not said, this belongs to John or to Scott. And so, any Friday can come in and dig it up, and they would think, it was abandoned. So communication is very important. The other thing is, I think that a lot of your concepts can be translated into that quite easily, right? And you can clean up the language. And if you don't, you will be arguing about nonsense like, whether group property is coherent or not. Obviously, it's incoherent.
Right.
Property is conflict avoidance. Has to be conflict avoidance. Conflict is between two people. You can't have, some Schrodinger's cat property. That's incoherent and therefore non-existent. So all of these other forms of property are not. They're, deception. You can build a lot of what you want to build with trust. So somebody could just declare, listen, this road to the village, I think somebody has to actually start excluding from that road. And I'm not sure if there are easement rights. So pretty much there's a lot of people in the world that...
Right. Here's the crux. Here's the actual crux. Because, we can talk about the language or whatever, right? The crux here of the disagreement is I believe that there is an easement right to commonly used property by a group of individuals, and you don't, or at least you're not sure yet. You're not sure, because that's the real thing, because it changes. It depends on whether or not the concept of common property exists at all.
No, it doesn't exist at all. It has to be property is only individual. However, you can simulate group property by using very complex contracts, basically establishing a trust. Or you can establish, a constitution with a rotating owner.
What do you do with property that no one excludes, right? Or that is that the community, some certain set of people utilize, and no one is excluding exclusive control of said property, and it's in a state of limbo until a conflict occurs.
It's a vulnerability, right. But it's saved by the fact that forestalling is illegal. So because forestalling is illegal, people can't get bottlenecked, actually, according to the same theory that I'm using. Because and now there's a consequentialist analysis. I want people to realize that they should assert trust over the public property around them, so that latecomers can't just destroy it all. And I believe that, but I believe it has to be explicit. It has to be like a public declaration, which is what I've done. As soon as I realized that this is the logical conclusion, I made a declaration.
You're in line mostly with the open borders people, which is that all public property is unowned property that anyone can homestead at any moment.
No.
How?
No, I believe that.
How?
Because I believe that if I declare on your channel that I have the entire world's public property in trust, then anyone that hears about that is basically, I've initiated homesteading of the trust. I don't own the entire public property of the planet. And as soon as you have one person say that, for example, you can say it at the start of a debate. From that moment on, there is a trust owner to all public lands for the purpose of that discussion. And then the situation changes. Then they have to prove certain things they otherwise don't. And then you can say, well, because there is somebody who's claiming the right of all victims for restitution, then you can't just violate that claim. You have to contest with it.
Right,
and
but who owns the property?
Contesting with it means a latecomer has to prove that he's not a latecomer when I claim that he's a latecomer.
You're missing a principal element that the open borders people are super about, right? Who owns the property? Before you claim to trust, who owned the property?
I'll explain. The original builder owns it. So the person who, well, that's an interesting question, actually. So let's say
because there's going to be a ton of companies, right, that are involved in the construction of anything.
Yeah, no, sure. If there is, if the property was excluded from in the past, meaning that it actually behaved like property, and it was excluded by that person, then maybe he owns it. But that's an interesting point. I didn't think about it before.
Because Zulu would just interrupt and say, look, like, the government is claiming ownership. The government isn't an individual. Collective property rights don't exist, right? So no one individual has ever owned this property.
No, but he's wrong.
They're the ones improperly excluding, and so this can be grabbed by anybody. I'm just playing devil's advocate here.
No, yeah, you're right. It's good, and it's good that you're doing it. Actually, I remember it. The problem is, I think that the rights of criminals are limited. Not the rights, the allowable actions. So, for example, if somebody steals from me,
the TV,
a bag
and then
of silver,
I pawn the TV,
and steals a TV and then pawns it, and converts it into bags of manure somehow, and then hides them all over the place. Then somehow, because the property has been obfuscated, allegedly I don't own anything, but I own that TV. I can go and demand, and if I find the first piece of the chain, the TV has been since sold like over the years many times, but I find evidence, like I find the thief, I bring him to the pawn shop, and the thief says, that guy bought it from me. I now have evidence to demand that the pawn shop, who's maybe completely innocent, give me back my TV. When the pawn shop refuses, he still owes me restitution because either wittingly or unwittingly, he's a member of a criminal organization. My claim is that everybody who's working with the government is aware of modern day contractors that they're operating as part of a criminal organization. They know that they operate based on taxes, and the taxes are taken involuntarily. They're fine with that system mostly. And so at most, they can be excluded from mens rea. They cannot be excluded from actus rea. And because of that, there's more demands to them. I don't believe that they can just abandon property or like fail to emborder, right? And so now I can claim, I believe I have the right to claim stuff that would otherwise potentially be theirs. Like they could say, oh no, yeah, we built a park, now we want to exclude people from it, and it has a fence, we're going to claim it because we built it. You know, the government fell apart, suddenly everybody would start grabbing stuff. Before they get to grab it, they have to contest with my claim, which is the claim of give me back my tax money. And because I made, you know, as soon as you make it in public in a debate, I don't believe that it can be simply ignored. This is the mistake that makes.
Yeah, so what you have here in the TV analogy, I think, is they say, well, the thief is a person, and persons can own property. Therefore, we can take their property back in restitution. But the state is not a person. The state is a collective. The state can't own property. Therefore, all of the property. No. Don't one
but
moment.
I'm not collecting from the state.
I know, but I'm setting up the steelman of the opposition, and you're interrupting me from setting up the steelman of the opposition without us even being able to engage with that, right? Like, because I'm mostly with you here. So their claim is that because the state is a collective, that you can get property back from, let's say, Nancy Pelosi, right? That Nancy Pelosi is a criminal, or right, that you can take her property for the crimes that she's committed, or that the company that builds some things with state contracts is owing money that was stolen money at some point, even if they were just getting like a government contract, etc., and so on and so forth. You can get from those individuals, but then nobody actually owns the state parks, and nobody actually owns the public property. My issue with that is that if hold on, no. Oh my God. Okay. My issue with that is that there's no principal difference between the state, which is a collective, being an illegitimate owner of property, and the thief that is an individual that is an illegitimate owner of property, because the thief owes restitution. It doesn't matter that the state is a collective or that the thief is an individual, because neither of them have a right to ownership of property. Go ahead.
Yeah, I wouldn't I would just exclude this language. The state does not exist. Okay,
the state exists. That's silly.
No. In the context of this debate, it is a myth. It is a collective, delusion. The state is composed out of many individuals. Each of them is a criminal. And yes, you're right. Their analogy is correct. Those criminals cannot homestead. That does not mean they can't possess property and return the possessed property. There is a confusion here between ownership and possession.
Yes,
they can possess stolen goods.
You're getting nitpicky with the words and mad at me because it's true.
You absolutely have to.
No, I don't. The state exists in reality.
The key part of it, fine, whatever. You can say that if you want. The key part is that yes,
it'd be crazy not to.
Criminal organizations exist for the sake of when we analyze whether the crime exists. But as an owner entity, they're non-existent from the perspective of ownership. The ownership, that's why they can't own property, because they're not an agent. Only agents can own property. Now,
yes.
And agents can hold property in trust for other agents. That's the only way to exclude from your possession. Now, a criminal can possess property, and a criminal has to return that property, or because they are a criminal, there's a special condition applies to them. There is both retribution and restitution, and it doesn't have to be the same exact thing that was stolen from you. Now, that's the core of the disagreement. That's where I believe you will have the biggest argument. Because they might say, no, you're owed that particular piece of gold, but you're only owed that particular piece of gold if they're entirely innocent. If you tell a business, you stole my money, and they instantly give you back your exact money, your exact gold coin with your exact engraving, whatever, then they're not only innocent, they don't owe you anything. There was no crime committed. They didn't know who was giving them stuff. So now they're free and clear.
Well, the crime was committed, potentially, right? The crime is resolved.
But someone else, right? But they give you back.
They resolved the moment they were like, oh shit, my bad. Yeah.
Exactly. However, if they cannot do that because they gave it to someone else, now they're part of the crime. They have committed a crime which is of fencing, of obfuscating, of preventing you from recovering your stuff. They also did so inadvertently. They didn't know they were just trading. So what should they do?
For the record, pause. For the record, the amount of damages that the state have caused would basically make any person that has ever negotiated with the state, if they're an accomplice, basically financially responsible more than all of their combined income times 100, right? So if everyone demanded their money back, you will eventually get to the point where they're incapable of paying you back, just for the record.
Yes, that's correct. And then they would, what would happen to these contractors is that they would be like individually bankrupt, and they would owe no property whatsoever, and they would start from zero and would have to rely on charity. And if they
Wouldn't
don't
they start
do that,
in debt?
yeah, but I'm not a consequentialist. I don't care about those people.
Right. So every person that's ever taken a government contract for anything is liable for the entirety of all damages of the state.
Not for the entirety. Not for the entirety. For
only the crimes that they were an accomplice to.
Let's say that they have received $100,000 from the state.
Right.
Then they need to, if there's a trust of victims, they need to pay $100,000 back.
So would that be true of all welfare recipients? Would they be criminals because they got money from the state?
Yes.
So everyone that's ever had food stamps is a criminal that
no,
the entirety of the food stamps?
Well, they might say, listen, I also pay taxes. So in my life, I paid, $100,000 in taxes or whatever, right. Or like, and
we know people that are on food stamps, right, are usually stay poor, and that the marginal propensity to consume for the impoverished is almost always over 1.0. So you're saying most poor people in America are like in like a large chunk of debt of criminality by the crime of accepting welfare?
Yes. Yeah, but that crime only occurs when they say...
I'm just thinking out loud. Like, I'm not even trying to like be like, gotcha. I'm literally just thinking out loud.
But it's a very easy moment. Like, the person can say, listen, I don't own anything to be able to pay it back. And
that doesn't matter. You're not a consequentialist. They're indebted as a criminal. They owe $250,000 to the collective now of people that have been harmed by taxation.
Yeah, I believe that there is a question about what you do with a person without mens rea.
Right.
But that some of them might have
what I'm getting at, right? Like
some of them
what I'm
might
getting
have
at is like, what's the principal difference
some of them
between
might be on welfare knowingly? They know that they're being paid reparations or whatever. They have like reasons why they're on welfare. If that's the case, then yes, they have stolen from people. I don't understand.
Mm-hmm.
The main thing is the only place where I just want to mark important things because we were venturing into details. I am with the open borders crowd on two things. I don't think that as much as I want it, you can fund like a military to perform the exclusion at the border. And the main thing that's not been spoken about is I believe that anyone that wants to come in and homestead, as you said, on quote unquote federal land, right, or federal parks, they can do so. The only sort of exception is if somebody approaches a federal fence and posts a post-it note that, this fence now belongs to me, and starts maintaining that fence, or if somebody works for a company that maintains that fence and somehow they're like neutral in terms of how much money they get from the government, they might be the owner of that fence and therefore everything within it. So that might be the case. But in many cases, we should allow people to go in and start homesteading, like build farms and whatever. And we can.
Yeah, I disagree.
They can ask for charity for some fences, and they can like start grabbing territory in the West.
I think if you can get there, fine. But the moment that you start utilizing public property to get there, of which you don't have an easement right to, I think that you don't have that easement right, and so therefore people.
Yes.
Right, like there's a conflict inducing, there's a NAP violation conflict inducing issue with a state policy that invites people that do not have easement rights to become new members that now have easement rights out of thin blue, despite them not having been in the same forcible position that others have been, which is utilizers of the roads as well as forced owners. I do.
I wouldn't care about any of that.
Is not an argument.
What's important is what crimes do they commit. If they walk across a public road in order to pass to a forest and start homesteading, and like they're asking for some donations for a tent or for like somebody to help them build their first home, that's perfectly fine, and we can't have borders against that. That's forestalling. But that's not what's actually happening.
Yeah, you're right. I'm with you. If someone wants to freely come over and whatever.
But as soon as they use one of the government buses to move around, they have committed theft, unknowingly so, for the bus ticket, however much that is. As soon as they get any sort of form of welfare, they get into the same trap.
This is I was trying to just talk about not necessarily open borders discussion, because I'm having that tomorrow. But I was just trying to just speak on the public trust concept, the privatization of public property, right? Which is what I was trying to keep the discussion to.
Let's say you have
but I just want to say very quickly, since we're kind of there, right, without going too far away, I want to say very quickly that my biggest issue that I've noticed really boils down to this on the open borders versus bordertarian position, is that there is a fallacious argument that is occurring from the open borders that I don't think they realize is fallacious. And their argument is X is unjustified. The state does not have justification for doing X. Ought we do X? Your answer must be we ought not do X. Therefore, you must support a position that always, forever and always, denies the right of the state to do X. And the reason I think this argument is fallacious is that the X is a part of an equation, and they're isolating part of the equation, and it is a necessary component of the equation. The equation is actually A times B times C divided by X is what the state is doing, which is saying the state is denying private property owners a right to protect their private property if they live on the border. That's A. B is the state is making it illegal to discriminate against people. So if someone comes in your community, and they're an immigrant, their immigration status, it's illegal for you not to hire them. It's illegal for you not to rent to them. If you're a landlord, you must invite them into your community. There's a host of things that are tied to immigration and an immigration policy. When you individuate it, it is fallacious, because what you are doing is you're taking a portion of an equation that is necessarily tied to other components, and you're saying this ought not happen, and if you support this, then you're actually the bad guy, when actually what you're talking about is creating a new state policy of rights violations.
I would agree with you, but I would still press the button. That's the problem. When the button appears, you still have to press it. If you don't, you're
No.
not libertarian. The problem
No, you're not a
is
libertarian if you press that button.
everybody, fine, whatever. Everybody is focusing on that disagreement, but I don't care. I think that both sides are really dumb. I'll explain why. One side is dumb,
You keep saying I
their
don't care.
side, because like
It's like
Liquid
not an
Zulu is
argument, but
dumb.
it's okay.
Liquid Zulu is dumb because he knows about the concept of trusts, and he believes that it's more important to bash people on the head with the hammer of no shared property to make people smart about property than it is to offer them solutions like trusts.
Yeah. I agree. Trust is one solution.
But the problem is but it has to be accurately applied. The problem is your side, like Dave Smith, and maybe you're not like Dave Smith.
Don't put me with him. Fucking will of the people bullshit.
But the problem is you're focusing on how can we make it like a total win where we get everything, and when we get to I really want the same thing. I want all of those other factors to be accounted for, but I don't get like in libertarianism you don't get everything you want.
That's not the argument.
You need to
That's a straw man.
You need to build to get what you want. So, for example,
That's a straw man of my argument.
If I want the government,
no, you're straw manning.
Sure, I'm not.
Let me explain very quickly.
No. Let me explain. No, fine. It's not your argument. It's some other people's. The main point is that if I want a community, I have to build a covenant community. I can't build a small government. Okay? I have to build it. I have to think about how can I do like a rotating property ownership? How can I do a constitution within ANCAP, within the system? So I'll give you an example to the audience, right? And you should use that example when you argue. What should parents do if they don't want the hobo in their school? Okay? They should start
homeschool. Yeah.
They should start homesteading the school.
Yeah.
They should put the school in trust, and they should say, "Listen, the school is it belongs to us as the trust holders. It has walls. We can exclude from it." They should act to exclude, and then that's one of their options. If the hobo is already there, then they have a problem, because now they should take their children out of the school and build another one.
What are they putting a trust over? The trust over the fact that they're see, here's my issue, right? Is like their children are in school, but according to your logic, it doesn't matter where their children go to school. What matters is that the school itself is public property, paid for via taxation, and that taxation, that property can be held in trust as a means of paying restitution for the taxes that the parents have owned. But you could do that with any property. And so this concept of exclusion, to what ends, is to the sale of it. It has nothing to do with the education of your children. Like, it seems like you're kind of sneaking in the concept.
No,
you're sneaking in the let me finish. You're sneaking in the concept of common property here, whilst not really talking about it, because you're what should the parents do? Let me finish. You're saying, like, what should the parents do, right, when they have these conflicts with their children in this school, as they should hold this school in trust and start utilizing this property towards its intent. Yeah.
No. Okay, fine. Imprecise language. Okay, I'll agree. One of the parents should say, "The school. I hold the school in trust." Dave Smith should say, "I hold my children's school in trust." And from that moment on, anyone that wants to homestead it has to first deal with the trust. Now, the trust can hold property, can possess property for many other owners. He has the right of possession, and as a possessor of a trust, as the owner of the trust, and as
perfect world,
as the owner of the position.
I'm not trying to argue. I'm trying to elucidate. Right. So perfect world, and I'm not trying to argue. I'm just trying to understand. Perfect world. Property B exists. Property B is being like invaded in some capacity by vandals of some sort. It is, and property B is currently public property, in air quotes, because public property isn't real. So person A or group A of people say, we're going to create a trust. Now they exclude from that property, and what they say is this property is owed to everybody. Person C comes in and says, I would like to build a private school here, and we're going to purchase, since no one else seems to be making a good claim and this trust exists, I'm going to give you guys, the trust, this money for said school. Let's say $1.1 million. And then it is up to the trust to return $1.1 million, hold it in this different property, right? We've transferred the title transfer of property and we've brought it into currency, and person C now owns the school, and they say, no. A trust was set up for taxpayers that were damaged by this property. Go to them. They have a trust set up. They have my 1.1 million. If you're a taxpayer and you're owed some portion of that money, there's 350 million Americans. They owe you 30 cents. Go get your 30 cents from them. Or presumably you could say however many taxes you've ever paid is owed to you, and then we'll deal with it from piece to piece to piece. So the parents could be like, I've paid 600,000 in taxes, and I've paid 400,000, and I've paid 100,000 in taxes. They take that money, they put it in the bank. They no longer have a right to demand any money or compensation based off of taxation because they've already done so. Person C is now a legitimate owner of the previously public property, is now a private owner of that institution, and that the state ought not facilitate this, or the state might facilitate it. Either way.
Wait. Before you go with the state, let's just one tiny correction.
Okay, yeah.
When you present this, always say the trust holder. Then you cut off all of that language. They will pounce on you to try and say, "Oh, collective propertyship." They say, "Well, how can you declare a trust for people who don't want to participate?" I can wager that they would want to, and if they don't, there's a different way to resolve this. That's a separate argument. How is it resolved? If I hold the school in trust for, the neighborhood, let's say, or for other taxpayers, and then someone else comes in and says, "Well, I'm owed something, but I don't want to be part of this trust." You don't have to be. It's not an involuntary imposition on some group. This has to be very clear, because that's the angle of attack that they always pick. They always try to claim that what I'm doing with the trust idea is I'm collectivizing people against their will, or that I'm collectivizing property, which is incoherent. No, neither is the case. I'm recognizing that the school is that the trust holder is one person, and only they own the position. And now there's a separate argument over how a court can take the trust away from somebody. A court might say, "You're not executing your trust. You're not doing the actual purpose of the job, which is to actualize ownership. You're not looking for victims and giving them money back. You're not selling it off and distributing the cash on the market. And because you're not doing that, then we can replace you with the next guy who wants in." So that actually operates within ANCAP on a similar premise how we deal with guardianship. When you're a guardian, you have to be a guardian, right? You can't be a guardian that starves your children. That's incoherent. So, but you can't, there's no group guardianship. There's only the next person and the next person and the next person in line that can step in and say, "This guardian is not executing his responsibilities. I'm going to do that." Now, the government is pretending to be the guardian, but it can't, because it's an entity that's incoherent. And all the criminals that are part of it cannot be, the holder of a trust. Or at least they can be immediately contested as the executor, because they're not doing a good job.
So, person A, we'll take the same example, but a child is born, right? Now, this new child, is trust A now in holding that trust also excluding this foreigner, this baby that was born, especially when they attempt to go to the school because the government won't let them, forces them to go to school? Is it now the responsibility of the trust to interfere and debo any children that attempt to enter the school, because they set up a trust 6 years ago and it's kindergarten, right? And it's their responsibility in that trust to go over and start tackling kindergartners and saying, "Fuck you, you don't get to go in the school. I set up this trust before you were born. You were born afterwards, and you've yet to pay a single dime in taxes, bitch. You've never paid any taxes." And then we just start tackling throwing bows at kindergartners to keep them from going into the school.
Proportionality.
Proportionality. Yeah, of course. throwing soft bows, just moving.
Yes, yes,
no,
yes,
no,
you tell
Timmy.
them-
This is not your building.
You can exclude like a recent arrival to the country. You can exclude a recent arrival to your town. You can exclude a person that doesn't demonstrate that they've paid local taxes, basically, and that could be anyone, including a minor. And you can and the trust can say, this building, we don't like that it's a school. We're gonna rent out the school building as a hotel, and then build a cheaper building for our children, and that'll be like the school. They can do a whole bunch of stuff that they want, because now what they're trying to do is they're trying to execute some kind of a trust over.
I agree. No, I agree. I was curious about where we bite the bullet on this and where we do this, right? Because my analogy. Oh my god.
Sorry, I just want to speak a little bit about the Dave Smith idea, right? Here's the problem.
I don't want to talk about Dave Smith's idea. It's retarded.
Yeah, no, but he's supposed to say what he's supposed to say to get what he wants. All he has to say is listen.
Your mic is getting unplugged.
Sorry, I blocked it with my hands, maybe.
Yeah, your hand was it was doing that weird shit. Yeah,
Is
stop.
It better now?
Whatever you did a second ago caused it to happen again, and then when you lifted your hands, it went away.
Okay. Basically, he wants an outcome to exclude, random people from going into schools. He needs to privatize the schools to do so. Why does he not privatize the schools? Okay,
because he can't.
Because he can't. Then what can he do before he can privatize? He can put them in trust. Once he puts them in trust and he says, Dave Smith, the individual, own my children's schools as a trust, then he can say, I can call the cops on the hobo. He gets it. He gets everything that he wants. He gets to exclude by any means necessary. Why doesn't he do that? Because instead of actually developing theory, he just wants to smash.
Well, I think it's no. I think what it is anyone with any common sense that is a libertarian or a conservative knows what open borders is to 99.9% of the population. To the 0.1% liquid Zulus and ace archists, open borders is the argument I set out before, which is the state is not justified in doing X. Ought the state do X? No. And it's very isolated and etc. But to 99.9% of people, Cato Institute, the Democrats, the leftists, the communists, and to Klaus Schwab, what it is we want to have the loosest restrictions possible on and of the forced integration and importation of the most amount of votes and the most amount of low wage, low skill labor, so that we can destroy the middle class and the lower class with this, so that we can maintain a GDP increase, but not necessarily a wealth increase of the people, so that we can force you to eat the bugs and live in your fucking pods. Fuck you, fuck your rights, fuck your concept of wealth. We can't wait to shit on you, you poor fucks. And so when you know that is they'll create any argument because they know that that is evil, and that is what open borders is to 99.9% of people, and he has to oppose that, and he doesn't have the language or philosophy to fix that.
Here's our solution. It's when you debated Andrew Wilson a year or so ago, he gave you the analogy. He gave you this this hypothetical of the man exposing himself to children next to a school, or somebody urinating in the street, which is very common. They keep using that. It is your responsibility as a society builder to build your society in such a way that this is punished. You don't need to enslave everybody to achieve that. You don't need to have any slavery. You can voluntarily exclude people. And the responsibility is up to the person, is up to society to do that. The method, the discovery of this libertarian legal method of generating thrusts, individual ones, is ample tool to conduct all of these requirements and to do proper privatization. Now,
here's the problem with this argument.
Go ahead.
Is that this argument works in theory if you're willing to be a martyr, right? If you are willing to go to prison, and if you are willing to to die for the cause or to face some prison time for the cause if you ever attempt to utilize your legitimate right of exclusion as a trust holder. The moment you go to an elementary school and say, no, these immigrant kids, I set this up in trust of the taxpayer, no newcomers. The moment you start attempting to remove kindergartners or remove children that are immigrants that are legal or illegal that just came to the citizen new, right? And you try and stop them, police are going to come and be like, hey, stop throwing bows at the kindergartners or I'm going to tase you. And then you go, no, I'm a legitimate, trust holder of the property.
Wait, stop.
Right, you're going McAfee, right?
You don't do that, but that's not what anyone wants. What people want is they want two things. One of them is to limit the actual immigration. If you just want to limit all immigration by closing off the border, that is not, unfortunately, that's not libertarian.
No,
if you want to call the cops on the hobo that's in your local park, or you want to call the cops on the migrant that tries to use public transport or transport provided to him by some Soros bus to use public roads to, infiltrate some city, you can potentially get that. You can call the cops on them. But yes, obviously,
it won't matter.
You can't exclude from your own property. I can't say that taxation is illegal in the United States. I can't say that the government are criminal. I can't say that the IRS is a criminal mafia organization. I have to say that they're the best people on the planet, and in fact, I love them very much.
So right? I want to deal with
because otherwise I will be imprisoned. But
I want to deal with
reality.
Your open borders argument, right? Because you obviously have you're an open borders individual.
I switched, yes.
Yeah. So let me deal with this problem. I set up the equation earlier. You said I didn't like. You kind of just made faces, but I think the point stands. Let me put it in a different perspective because I think it's easier to elucidate a different metaphor, right? So let's say tomorrow there was a bill. So using the same logic, the state cannot do X, push the button. So the bill is we will maintain all of the laws as they are with one exception. And the exception is we will let everyone out of prison no matter what. And from here on out, we will no longer imprison people. We'll do fines. And if you don't pay your fines, whatever, we just keep coming after you for fines, etc. But we never imprison and we never kill any criminal ever again. Also, we're still going to make it illegal for you to have private organizations that kidnap these people. We're going to make it illegal for you to imprison these people. And we're going to make it illegal for you to exclude these people from your property in any way, shape, or form based off of their status as former prisoners, felonists, or murderers, or child rapists, or pedophiles, because we're no longer keeping people in prison. You cannot say you believe in the open borders position without also saying, yes, I believe the state ought release every criminal that exists, every child rapist, every murderer, whatever, onto the streets, and also maintain that it's illegal for me to protect myself, my family, my property, or anything from these people, other than if I catch them directly in the act of their second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh murder. And even then, if I catch them raping a child, so long as I can stop them, we just pay. So and then they don't pay, and then they go rape another child.
I can object to that, and I can say that this would be I don't know if it's worth mentioning that this is illegal for ANCAP, but as a libertarian, I would oppose the defunding of these prisons. Most likely, and the reason is because the differences between the migrants and the criminals is that the criminals committed actual crime. So I can say that I would have to think about this, but I believe that there is I do notice an analogy breaker. Maybe I'm not thinking enough right now. Maybe it's not enough.
I have to bite the bullet. Right. The principal difference is that one is a criminal and the other isn't.
Here's an example. If the government pays to exclude ISIS and Al-Qaeda from landing, or MS-14 of entering the United States, I don't believe that that objecting to that is as strong of an argument, but I would have to analyze it, like, to be more precise. Just like with the example of, like, can you call police on a real criminal? Can you call a criminal against another criminal? And the answer is sort of yes, you can, even though the whole criminal enterprise is stealing money from people. Like, it's going to be funded by public money.
My issue with this,
an interesting.
My
question.
issue with this is that I agree with you that criminals lose those rights, right? And I agree with you that it would be purely consequential, without that justification, to assume that we ought house criminals just because of the consequences, but rather you're saying we ought house criminals because they don't have rights to begin with anyways. So but the problem here is twofold. Problem number one is the logic is the same. The state ought not do this, and you're arguing that the state ought do it, and we're talking about funding it with tax dollars. Problem number two,
that's the main argument.
Right, is should we be funding these prisons? The bill just says we're no longer going to use the police state to fund and house and maintain these prisons. That is not justified for the state to do that. But when you individuate it by itself, that is why I believe the argument is fallacious, is that our system of governance and laws, when you say, well, let's take one piece of a policy and take away all of the other pieces, you're pulling one thread of a web, and that the web is necessarily the thing. And when you try and take one piece of the web and say the state ought not do this, it is part of an equation of all of these other things that the state is doing, and it has necessary components that trigger necessary reactions and changes in other state policies. It changes the way other state policies are enforced. And that, to me, is the same thing with the open borders situation, is the same thing with the population prison situation. Yeah.
The problem there is that I understand the consequences, but I'm not a consequentialist. I can be concerned about the consequences, and I can say, what is illegal?
Very simple. Very simple. Gun to your head. Gun to your head. Neither position actually gets rid of the gun to your head. Under both situations, I am coerced by the state via my taxes, my inability to protect my private property, my inability to stop them from being renters in my community, my inability to not hire them. None of these coercive elements go away. I am being coerced. And now, under this coercion, you're saying I must get rid of only a specific thing that will make other forms of coercion worse.
I don't have a choice.
The open borders thing, right? Like the open borders position, that I must increase the people coming in and increase all of these other forms of aggression against me.
So I would say that at every moment X where I have the choice of reducing state funding, I don't get to perform a consequence or network or any other of these analysis.
Are you reducing state funding? If we get rid of ICE, do we actually reduce state funding?
One moment.
I doubt it.
If the state says, if a law, so what exactly are, so this is an interesting question. So if I get a button that says, if I press this button, all the prisons get defunded, and now the state can't have prisons. Do I press that button? If that's the question, but the question has to say, in order to force me to press that button, it has to say that the taxpayers actually get that money back. That's the only way to force me to press that button. And if the taxpayers don't get that money back, then I will have to press it. I can choose. But
here's the problem.
You're not pressing. No. 1 moment. Let me finish it.
Okay.
Finish the thought. I can, if I'm forced to allocate money by the state, I would. And there's no reduction. Then I can choose I can do consequential analysis from that moment on. I'm not forced to do anything. I'm only forced to choose reduction when it's an actual reduction. So you can't do two things at once. Tell me that it won't reduce funding and force me to do it.
So here's the problem, is that even if all of the taxpayers instantly got the money back from the prisons, the coercive element has not gone away. What you have done is you have voted for a new policy, or you pushed a button that made a new policy in this example, right? You voted for a new state policy that still has coercive elements in it. And the concept that that consequentialism has no right here is absurd. That you can't do a consequential analysis of what we ought do that is in our rational self-interest. The coercive element hasn't gone away. You haven't fixed anything.
In my rational self-interest is to do a lot of things that are considered or like that I can't even speak about.
Yeah,
I have a lot of things. Whenever I hear a politician speak, I think of a lot of things rationally.
Okay,
I can't say out loud.
To the argument,
right? But I would still be bound when I'm actually deciding how to act. I'm still solely bound by non-aggression. I'm bound, for example, that even if I know that somebody is a criminal,
you're ignoring my argument. You're saying you're bound by non-aggression. What I'm saying is when you individuate the aggression, right? But you don't actually get rid of the aggression. You're not actually getting rid of the aggression. The aggressive element is the state and the state's monopoly on power and violence. And they have a billion laws. And what you're doing is you're saying, I'm getting rid of aggression by pulling on this thread. But all you've done is institute. No. But you're doing a lot of chaff. You're throwing chaff all the way around. I'm not throwing chaff.
It's a simple idea.
I'm not obfuscating the idea. It's a fallacious argument.
I'm either doing something or I'm not doing something. I'm either pressing a button or I'm not pressing. I can't be half pressing it. I can't be pressing and not pressing it.
No,
you have to be very precise.
That's bullshit. I'm saying yes. You press the button, and that
if
button.
I have a choice to reduce state funding, and it causes like the majority of the people to die in some catastrophe, I'm pressing that button, and I'm very sorry for those people.
It's anti-libertarian. What you're doing is anti-libertarian. It sounds libertarian, but it's not. It's wrong. Here's why it's wrong. Because you actually haven't fixed the aggression. You haven't done anything to stop the aggression. All you've done is you said this.
I don't have any responsibility to stop any aggression.
No, you're voting. You're voting for a bill, and you're pretending like the line item veto is everything.
Wait, why are you complicating things? If I have a button, I'm pressing that button.
Argument
really fast.
is the thing is complicated, and you're isolating it, which is fallacious. This is the problem of the open borders.
Listen, there's a simple question.
You won't let me explain, and you won't listen when I do explain. I've explained it multiple times.
Does the button get money from the state back to taxpayers? Yes or no?
Who knows? Probably not. Probably increases money, even if it says directly that it does.
Then I don't press it.
Listen to me. This is the problem.
But one moment. What if the button?
God.
One moment. What if the button? Let's give you the hypothetical.
Let's get out of the button. Can we just do bills? But because the button makes it magical.
Let's say there's a button.
Magic doesn't exist. Let's say vote for a bill.
It's a hypothetical. Let's say there's a button. You press that button, and all the hospitals in the United States that are currently funded by the government lose their funding. And as a result of the delay in getting the funding from private sectors and donations, 1 million people die.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm giving you a specific outcome. That's I don't think you find positive.
Mm-hmm.
In fact, let's make them children. Okay, just to load it up. There's a button to reduce state funding.
Yeah, no, it's fine. This is a totally different. This is a totally different analogy. This is a totally different analogy. I press the button. Here's why you press the button. Listen to me. There's a principal difference between these two. The reason you press the button is one is specific individuated welfare. Okay? It is currently legal in the United States for people to get services. There's nothing that stops them from getting services. If you have life-threatening service, right, like injury, you can go to the hospital and they'll take you, even if you don't have money, and save your life, right? You might have to file bankruptcy, etc. There are companies that are allowed to exist. Even though there's all kinds of regulations and problems, you still have a choice. The principal difference here between immigration and the police state in terms of prisons is that it's the state enforces laws that violate your choice. that you can't separate the lack of the lack of ability for the market to fill in from the thing that you're taking. You're not actually taking away the monopolistic tendencies of the state and the aggression.
Again, then. Let's do the experiment again.
No, let's not do the experiment again.
Let's. There's
Okay.
there's a button. It reduces state funding. You know, it looks like a beer bottle. Okay, let's not advertise too much. And you can press this button, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's 1 million people, children, are going to die as a result of pressing the button. But it will.
It's magic. I don't like the analogy, but fair enough.
And in this analogy, there is no alternative. We are in Canada, and there's a state monopoly, and there's no private doctors. It will take a month for all the doctors to convert to private practice, and during that month, 1 million people will die.
Yeah, no, you don't press that button because there's no market alternative, legal market alternative. Right, like
there's no legal market alternative.
Your argument at this point is
I'm shedding a tear.
Your argument at this point is you press a magic button that kills 1 million people, right? And it kills 1 million people because why? Where are they dying from? They're dying because the state is intentionally murdering them. And the reason the state is murdering them is they're denying them any access to medical care. And then the button gets rid of it, and the state still enforces a denial of medical care. Now, if your argument, and correct me if I'm wrong, if your argument is simply that it just gets rid of the social care, and it's Canada, and they only have, like, Quebec has like a teeny bit of private care, right? But like people will die immediately because they like lack their whatever. But like the private entities are allowed to come in and engage. Yeah, I'll press the button. I don't care about how many people die.
Exactly what I said.
Okay, I'm sorry. I might have misunderstood the analogy.
We are. This is my volcano analogy. Like we're all suspended under the volcano, and if we press the button, the chains of the state releases, and we fall down into lava. If you said the analogy correctly, I have to press the button anyway. That's right. The tragedy of
there are
of
principal
ANCAP.
differences, right? Like there are principal differences between one analogy and another. And when you say if you change the analogy, things change. What I'm saying is that there are certain things, right? There are certain policy-based systems. Immigration is one of them. Prisons are one of them. Where when you pull one thread, when you talk about one individual thing that is necessarily connected to other things, and that you don't actually get rid of the aggression, you only talk about some forms of aggression, not the other forms of aggression, and that bill is directly tied to those other forms of aggression, that consequentialism is valid here because NAP violations are occurring in both, and it causes an increase or decrease in NAP violations in both that is somewhat unknowable, but we know that there will be increased NAP violations. It is a necessary element of both choices. What then becomes is a consequential analysis to determine what is the best way out of this or to slowly dismantle this thing. But that the prisons and the open borders are the buttons you can't push. But in Canada or even in America, getting rid of funding for Medicare is a button you can push because you have a right. The state is not stopping you from seeking medical care. The state is stopping you from stopping immigrants. And so when they increase the immigrants, it increases the aggressions that are necessarily tied to those other laws. And it's the same with policing systems with the prisons.
This is our disagreement. So first of all, I don't like you bringing in policing because it brings like the subjects are criminals. We already discussed how it's a disanalogy, so it sort of pollutes the.
No, they're not. It's not a disanalogy.
One moment, but let's. I'll go and disregard that. My problem is that my attitude towards ANCAP is that I hope to never have that button in front of me. I hope to never be hanging on a flag post outside of someone's property, begging them to, allow me to climb up, and them saying, no, you're excluded, and I have to give up and fall to my death. I hope that I will never be in that situation, but I believe in logic and in justifiability to the extent where the reason why I hope to never be in that situation is because I will be forced to let go. Because I don't become a criminal I don't make any consequential analysis towards my life or anyone else's. Now,
Yeah, I think those reductives never really make sense, though.
Luckily, reality is much more complex. Luckily, we don't have such magic buttons, and we could we can, act gradually to create the safety net that's required for privatization to not be harmful to people. And that should be the focus of conversation. The focus should not be, and this is where I believe the disagreement is. Liquid Zulu is right until he obfuscates the issue of trusts. Because he doesn't show the people of the tool of trusts, I believe he's gravely wrong. And so are most open bordered libertarians. They should be talking about this, because where trusts can be used, they should be used, and people should be declaring them left and right. And
I agree with you.
One moment, I'll finish.
You keep saying one moment, but you go on long diatribes on my own show.
Yes,
I love you, but if I want to interrupt, I'm gonna.
Earlier, but this is going to be my final one. This is very important, I believe. I think I crystallized it. Libertarians should have a parallel government. The fact that they don't have a parallel government that already starts pre-dividing public property into trusts and planning out how to actualize ownership is negligence, disgusting negligence on the part of this movement. And this is what people should be focusing on, in my opinion.
Yeah.
I think that even though you're wrong in your argument, I understand the desire. I am proposing a solution, and I believe that all the other side, instead of like bashing you on the head with like facts and logic, they should also be focusing on creating these alternative systems that subdivide property so that it can be privatized more effectively when the day comes. And they should be making concrete steps to do it in New Hampshire and in other places. And that people in their community...
dude, holy fucking shit, dude.
Doing trust.
Jesus Christ. Let me just finish this one sentence, and then I will...
Not about your confusion of, consequences.
Oh my God, shut the fuck up.
I don't care about any of that.
I'm not confused, okay? I'm not confused just because I disagree with you. No, I'm not. You have yet to demonstrate it. And you just say, nuh-uh, has been your argument multiple times.
I can explain why. It's either aggression or non-aggression. There's no in between.
Both option A and option B are both aggression. They are aggressive. You're forced to choose between option A and option B.
Let me give you a hint.
You're coerced into them.
No,
I don't need another hint. I don't need you to keep patronizing me on my own show. And then you keep interrupting me, and you keep telling me that you have control over my exclusive property. Fuck off. All right, this is my show. All right, I love you.
I just connected a great idea. So when you allow me to speak, I'll tell you.
Shut the fuck up! God damn it! Listen to me. Fuck, I'm like so far off. It's been a long day.
It has been.
It has been.
You have to make the
issue is very simple. Okay, if it needs to be simple, when you are coerced into choosing between two aggressive things, what do? Two anti-life positions, two positions that require violations of the non-aggression principle. Okay, well then you're not allowed to have a position on open borders or closed borders. You simply say private borders or die. There we go. The open borders people are done.
In order to do that, you have to. This is the hint I was talking about. You could convince me otherwise by connecting the pushing of the button. You have to paint it as the trigger of a gun, where we know that a bullet will come out or will commit aggression.
Yes, that is my point.
If you do that, you will win the debate. But you cannot use any like collectivist language while doing so. And you can't like just say it. You have to draw the line directly. You have to say
it's very simple.
It's not just a consequence. It's like a mechanism. You press the button.
It's a mechanism. Show me the incentives. Show me the incentives, and I show you the outcome. People are being paid and financially incentivized, and at least under the Biden administration currently, literally shipped via planes 320,000 so far, with your tax dollars to come across the border. All of these programs are incentives where they are being paid to come here. When you get rid of the enforcement mechanism, but you maintain all of the systems that pay them to come here, and once they get here, you're not allowed to discriminate against them. You're not allowed to protect your property. You're not allowed to not hire them. You're not allowed to stop them, even if you have a trust, from utilizing public property that is falling into further disarray, that you're being held at gunpoint to maintain with your tax dollars, and either those systems we're using either fall apart or the state just increases taxes in order to pay for them. That is the necessary consequence of all of these incentives. And you go, oh well, in a perfect world, none of these things might not happen. But it's like, no, all of the incentives point towards this. If you're paying to bring people over, then people come over, and the more people there are, the more of these rights violations occur.
You have to connect, you have to, in order to be convincing, you have to individuate it. So like, take a particular family and make it a hard example for yourself. It's this is a family from, I don't know, El Salvador, who have no known connection to any criminal activity.
Right.
And they just want to come to
MS-13 fucking blew up their shop in Guatemala, so they packed together and came with the next caravan to come to America.
Yes.
Right?
And then where can you exclude them from? Can you exclude them from roads? Not really, because of forestalling. Can you exclude them from a local school? Yes, but how? You can use the police, you can use law, you can use trusts. If you have a trust, you can use the police to exclude. Right.
Like you ought be able to exclude them via trust. You can't in reality, because might doesn't make right, but it makes
I'm saying if you could, you would. Like, you can exclude them from a local from camping at the local park if the state law manages to like mirror what you actually can do as a trust. And then I don't think you can.
I don't think you can anything that isn't improved, because we have a different conception of rights here, and that's fine a little bit. But I don't think that you can exclude them from a state park or a public park without improvements. Like from the playground, potentially.
The improvement, the only thing that is necessary for property, and this is something you should like delve into.
It just depends on
only the border matters. If the state, the problem is, so here's the problem with the public park. It looks like property. It has the communication of property, but it's communicated by somebody who can't,
by a non-entity that can't own property,
a criminal. Right. So, but as soon as anyone, like if there's like a private company that was hired to maintain the borders of that park,
but
then that park becomes a property on which you can put a trust.
Hold on. Yeah, here's the problem. For your argument to remain consistent, and I'm not saying it's a problem per se, it's just a thing. For your argument to remain consistent, it appears that you would have to have the same capacity to have a trust for a state park in the same way that you could for a school. And right, because this is some form of land that the state has excluded people from. My issue with that is that no one ever homesteaded that land.
One moment.
Right? So how does a trust
around it? That's homesteading.
Okay.
Now
if it's an imaginary fence that is like government laws, right? Yeah.
No, yeah, but of course, but here is the key
they haven't improved it at all.
No, improvement is irrelevant. What's relevant is, was there ever a private entity, like a private company, that maintained an exclusion? Say there was an actual physical fence around the park, or like a large, so
they would be the prima facie owner, but they would also owe state tax. They would owe the taxpayer some form of money. The problem then though, right, is like, what is the value of the park?
No, it's
how much money do they owe?
It's what's important is that I don't care.
No. You don't get to say I don't care. No, this is really important.
No, I'll explain why I don't care.
I don't need an
why.
explanation why you don't care. Like, we have to understand this, right?
No. I'm going to provide an explanation. I'm going to provide why I shouldn't care, because that is up to local adjudication and negotiations between various parties, which I might be a part of or might not be a party of.
Right.
There is once the market we can what is owed with the public park? The fence is the thing being invested in. That's the improvement. It communicates exclusion successfully. It has to be maintained. Some company did it. Now it can't do it anymore because we're now in some form of like arbitration to extract restitution out of it.
Yeah,
And now
the
we're holding
UN,
that part
the
in
UN,
trust.
like, hold on, pause.
So we
the
can
UN,
sell the
yeah, hold on.
one moment, and we
Hold
can
on.
sell the trees.
No,
we
stop
can
saying
sell
one
parts of
moment.
it,
You always do
we
this.
can sell the land.
Listen. So the UN magically becomes like super, super libertarian, and the United States government begins the process of dissolving. So the trusts actually can do things, and there are, and the local community actually accepts whatever this libertarian agency is. It doesn't have to be the UN, whatever. This libertarian agency comes in on behalf of the trust. Now, how do we split? Right? How do we split up that land? Because the trust's legitimacy is that there are taxpayers that are owed restitution, but any taxpayer can show up at any moment and also demand compensation. And like, how does one determine?
No, it's first comer. So let's use an
Okay. So
example.
they have to be shown to not be actually being a trust.
No,
in some
there's.
capacity.
Let's say there is.
They have
like
to
a
forestall the trust. Yeah.
there's a certain land, and you can, for example, put the entire thing up on the market, or you can subdivide it and put it on the market, and then people will place bids on it. They would say, as soon as it gets an owner, I want to bid this much money to buy it off of their hands. Right? That's perfectly legitimate. The trust can do that. So there could be an auction in advance of the privatization, and the auction will have all the like claims that people are willing to put money in escrow to pay for them for the
Okay, hear me out.
and that's it.
So person A
You subdivided it and sold it.
person A creates a trust. All right. And they claim to be representing taxpayers in some capacity. And then person B comes to buy the land to pay off or whatever. Person A likes person B a lot. They think they're a really good person. So they sell them the land for $100. Even though the land, by like any surveyor or whatever, would determine the land like at its current market rate, which we know value is subjective, and person A just happens to really like person B, and they don't mind, right? Like to them, they were the first person to claim trust, and then so they sell it for $100, and here's $100, whoever needs it, whoever's owed money, and then we all know that the land should be worth at the current market rate, which is not a real value, just an estimation of like approximation, like $10 to $20 million. Like, what do we do in that scenario? Do we just go, well, person B is legitimate
accuse
owner?
them of aggression. We accuse
How?
them
What
of
aggression?
I'll explain. We accuse them of failing to execute the trust, and that is a form of aggression. And then they might be a thief.
Right, but like, how do we determine when it's corruption or fraud or theft, and it's just they didn't do a good job of getting a good price because person B was just a good negotiator, right?
Well, the way we do that is because there is going to be a point where we have to assume that at certain point in that process, and I believe it's very early in that process, there's going to be like the idea that there is privatization happening is going to be publicized.
Right.
And then people are going to issue bids, and there's going
I'm
to
not
be
even trying to
market.
shit on you. I'm just like, I
No,
want you to
no,
know that.
I'm answering that. If the market is such that $100 is the only offer, that's the value. And then the other victims that come in and say later that wasn't fair. Well, that was the only offer. I'm sorry, even though it sold it to my friend, that was the only offer. But the thing is, that would not in most cases that would not be the only offer. If I I can't forestall. For example, I can't hide the fact that I'm going to auction it off. I can't not auction it off.
So the concept would actually be you can't. So long as
imagine
you give
if
reason. Hold on. So long as right. Hold. No. God damn it, dude. Jesus Christ. I said so long as there is no presumption of guilt in the sense that you like announced it and then held the auction 2 hours later, right? So long as you gave some form of time where it was publicly communicated, which is kind of the subjective but intersubjective portion that we talk about with property, right? Intersubjectively communicated that this property is up for auction, and there was at least some amount of time for buyers to be able to be present. Whatever price you got at the bit, you can't claim to be representing the taxpayer when you're selling land, because it doesn't matter what the person does with the land. There are no preferences. It's just how much money can you get? And if someone outbids another person, you'd have to take that money, because that's more money for the taxpayer, and that's more people that can get restitution from said land. And so long as there is what the community feels, the intersubjectively communicated reasonable amount of time for people to show up to the auction is done, whatever the highest bidder is what we do. And so long as the communication isn't like, I put a little teeny sign on like a telephone pole that was like this big, right? Like it was aware that the community knew.
There's a proportionality here. The less you do to communicate, the easier it would be in some court of adjudication to claim that you have committed a crime.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to test it, like, thought experiment wise. I wasn't trying to like tell you like why you're wrong.
No, I understand, but that's how you answer. This is like a continuum problem, right? And the way you answer a continuum problem is by saying, listen, if the same thing happens with property, how much communication is enough to claim land?
Yeah, because I would say also to this, the state's illegitimate exclusion in state parks, the concept, even if there isn't a physical fence, right? There is a billion documentations about where that boundary is, right? Like the state has said, this is the shit we own, and we don't let you do that. There are thousands of laws governing those lands. Those borders are very clearly communicated, even if there isn't a fence there, in like a ton of different ways, between signs, actual fences, computer registries, documents that exist in government buildings, etc. So the concept that like it hasn't been maintained because there are agents, like forestry service exists, they maintain property. The fact that all of the state parks have been maintained in some capacity, either with controlled burnings, firefighters stopping fires, park forest rangers stopping people from like putting distilleries in them, right? Like they've all been maintained and controlled and excluded in a multiple domain of ways. So you can't actually really argue that there is this completely untouched, unmaintained, never excluded from property that exists in the United States.
There might be, but it's
as
you said, that's going to be the analysis.
Yeah, but like there might be, but it's very unlikely.
Well, there is. I would have to say that in every case that where we determine that, we would have to perform a proper libertarian analysis. For example, if there is a single ounce of private property that was taken over while building the border blows up, no matter how much money was wasted on maintaining it. It's very important.
You mean like that has an original private property owner? Like I said,
it's like the reverse game of Go, right? If there's a single claimant that claims, I am the Indian whose father's father owned that park, that part of the park, there's like an Indian graveyard there, it's clearly excluded, and you guys, built a park around it, that entire border blows up because
what do you mean blows
up?
I can't understand your logic there. Are you saying that they own the entire park, or are you just saying they own that portion that they have proof?
No, it becomes nobody's. This is very important. When you exclude people from a territory to own it, to like border it, the key to that step becoming recognized as exclusion is if you had the right to, or like if there was a hypothetical right to exclude there from the beginning. But if there's something there, like, you know, a tourist that erected a tent in that very moment, then your exclusion blows up. It fails the logic test. You can't exclude from other people's property. This is heavily contested. This is like the donut analogy, basically, which I'm explaining.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah, I don't. We might go there, and I might have to go there in writing, but I don't think I agree per se. And the reason I don't think I agree per se is that either that land I understand that it is illegitimately, in both cases, private property owner or not, the state is enforcing an illegitimate exclusion, right? So the question then becomes does that illegitimate exclusion and maintenance by a property make it property that can be sold to the taxpayer? And
I think the answer relies heavily on who did the maintaining. If the maintaining was done by somebody who can claim to be private, like a contracting firm that was private in some sense, then they might have title as either like the title while being criminal.
Right, but every state park is going to have both. Like the maintenance is going to have private companies that maintain it at some degree, and then government agencies and et cetera. Like there's there might be,
so it's not easy. It's not going to be easy to determine. Yeah, you're right. It's going to be difficult to determine.
My question then is, I don't think it magically becomes unhomesteaded property because some portion of private property is within it. What I would say is that portion of private property is owed to whomever owned that property originally, and you might not like this, because of the donut situation, they have some easement right to that property. They have some first claim to property that allows them access to their property.
The way you can sort of cure the donut is by somehow claiming that you've like allowed an exit path to the hole.
That's what I'm saying.
But this is where we're reaching like an edge of something that needs to have more thought and writing about it.
Yeah, this isn't an open borders, closed borders debate at this point. Like this is becoming Blocky and Proviso donut like debate thing, and like there are better minds than ours for this task.
My intuition right now from listening to you, my intuition is that anything that the state emborders is like basically sort of null and void. The only thing that you can grab from them and get back is the actual, possibly like the actual fence or like the materials that they waste. Maybe those things, or maybe they're open to homestead. I'm not sure. Now, the reason why I believe that it's different with things like the high school, which is what, or like the local park, is because the local park and the high school have both clear borders and clear users, and a clear ability to say, we're using this, therefore I have the trust over this. Also, I paid into the pile. Now let's adjudicate it properly. Now I can exclude latecomers that are not part of this group, and people can like voluntarily decide to be in that group or not.
Yeah, I know you hate my argument, but I still think that common property exists and easements exist. I think Hoppa's argument is very, very
When
sound.
you say common property, I kill a kitten, not God even. It's so bad.
I mean, take it up with Hoppa, right? It's his term.
Listen, I had a discussion on Twitter. This is my closing thing. I had like a.
Yeah, I was about to say I gotta get out of here soon too. Yeah.
I had a super annoying discussion with that. Forgot his name on Twitter. I'll find it. He's like one of the more aggro ANCAPs. Let me see if I can find him. That should be very easy. Cesare Baginski. Remember him? The guy that
maybe.
He's like the extreme guy who believes that people, non-ANCAPs, don't have any rights. None whatsoever. They're just like pure fodder to him. He's like very, very extreme. But I like the guy.
I kind of believe that.
I absolutely hated that talking to him yesterday, because all I was saying is that the word incorporated and corporations should be left to the domain of the fascism and like the government and all the nonsense.
Yeah, it's like a tainted word. It's like, I understand that too. It's the same thing with like common property, right? Is like, because it's so closely associated with the concept of the commons, it's a terrible word to describe what it is that we're talking about. Which what we're talking about is property that has...
They linked me an article of where Kinsella, right, defends corporations against leftists. And I'm like super angry about that article because I agree with all of it, except the language. He says, this is Kinsella, if a corporation was implemented via trusts, then we would have no problem with it. Yes, Mr. Kinsella, I don't have a problem with trusts. I have a problem with you using the word. Stop using the word.
All right, well, I think that might be it sounds like a consequential analysis there. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you? It's not about, you're more worried about the consequences than the objective truth.
I'm worried about, like Kinsella, I'm worried about the bad metaphors, and I'm excising them from our own speech. No more labor-based homesteading. Skip that step.
Yeah, no, I agree with that concept. I just disagree with the individuation of laws that are connected to other laws by definition, and that require changes in other things. That I think you can do a consequential analysis there because you haven't removed.
I will not excommunicate. You know why you should not be excommunicated for that awful and libertarian idea?
Oh, it's not
because you're debating, unlike those cowards that say we're not going to even discuss it. That was the thing that pissed me off the most.
That has pissed me off more than anything is the fact that Dave Smith especially was like, would put out a point, and then the moment somebody would have a really good answer to it, he would either meme on them or pretend like that answer did. What do you mean? I have 480,000 followers. I don't get every notification. Blah, blah. Shut the fuck up. When you're getting ratioed by one guy that has like fucking 800 followers, and he's like ratioing your post, and you're pretending like I never got that notification. Like, shut the fuck up, you lying little fag. No, that can happen.
But listen, the worst part is
be like, I'm not debating Asarchus. I'm not debating Zulu. I'm not debating Monarcho Hopian. I would crush you if I debated you.
You're so ridiculous. I don't even have to talk to you. What world
it's a fallacious argument. It's a very simple fallacy. It's called an argument from absurdity. Is actually the name of that fallacy. Is that you didn't present an argument, you just assumed that it was absurd that the argument existed. But yes, I missed you. I appreciate you. I gotta do this again at 1 p.m. and I have to be ready to debate against the open borders Jack Lloyd. I think we're doing more of like a, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be a super aggro convo. I think it's going to be more of like a, because I mean he's a private border. I mean we're both ANCAPs, or he might think I'm not, but you know whatever.
I from watching him engage. He's not a debate bro, so you would have a fine conversation.
Yeah. I mean, that's why I reached out to him mostly, is because we because he was giving Dave Smith shit for his Israel, like just lack of knowledge, and we were both like, yeah, nobody likes Israel here, dude. We're not pro-Israel, and that's and it was just like, dude, you're just spouting the same fucking Scott Horton, Marty fucking talking points, and you're not actually looking at this. Right. It's like you're not looking at it. Like you're just not looking at the history of these arguments. It's like, yeah, is Israel a shit country? Absolutely. Has Israel done things that if we were going to say good or bad is on a scale, some of them are real fucking bad? Like, I don't know. They got rid of human shields in 2014 is when they finally made that illegal. Yeah, I mean, Israel has a lot of fucking problems. But, like, it's all half the story. It's all half narratives and shit. And I saw him being rational about it whilst also being like, and what they're doing bombing Palestine is fucked up. And, like, Dave Smith couldn't get it. He couldn't get the concept that, like, saying socialist talking points and not having a conversation about everything and not being like, because like the only ANCAP answer to Israel is Israel ought stop blockading Palestine, and Israel ought set up courts so that anyone that has a property deed that was forced out of their homes during the Nakba can return if they have said property deed and will adjudicate it. That's the only fucking right answer. And you can be like, but Israel will be flooded by Muslims. Wouldn't that be? It's fuck you. Private property rights exist. If people have a deed, they ought to be able to return home. Period.
Yeah. The problem that these guys have is that they really didn't. They believe that those deeds will destroy the country, but there's very few of them actually. There was very few. There was very few intersections. They believe that there was like a big intersection where one group completely
because they've been eating up the propaganda, because they've been eating up, like, you can see it. You can see how shallow their knowledge is. No offense, and I know I'm on a tangent.
No, but it's the rough.
You can see. Hold on. You can see the real thing that you see. The thing that really shows how these people can know a million facts, and one of the things they will tout, which is the easiest thing that if they just did their own research you would know, is that they will talk about the percentage of land that Israel owned before and after, like the Nakba, right? And it's like what they're telling a story in percentages that like Israel came Gestapo style and like just took over 40% of the country and forced out billions. And it's like they have no understanding that the percentages are understanding that like 90% of this land was just unarable desert and or swamps that no one was claiming property ownership of.
Well, like
and
70,
that's why 70, but like that's why the percentage difference exists.
They say Jews owned 8% at some point, 1940. Yes, Arabs owned 12% at the same time.
Right,
and
exactly.
Like
and it was like, and then like the other 70% was desert or fucking swamps. And then they're like, and they take it that everything other than 8% was Palestinian, like 92% Palestinian, 8% Jewish. And then afterwards it was 60% Jewish. It's like, look at those percent differences. And it's like, how can you know 1,000 facts about this? And like, really detailed explanations of like narratives, but not understand that basic simple thing. And it's because you haven't actually looked at the opposition's data or research at all.
Yes. This gets me really mad. The article I'm writing a rebuttal to, I actually got an AI dictation software on my phone now, so I can record ideas really fast. And that helps me, to actually focus on writing, because I'll be able to edit it out, edit those into a real article eventually. I'm reading the original article by Rothbard that was recently posted by Mrs.org, because the conflict is ongoing, so they're posting his articles about it. And there is a point at the very bottom of the article where he says, the Middle East was a very peaceful place before the Westerners came in and colonized it. Rothbard wrote it.
Yeah, I mean, Rothbard said a lot of silly shit.
It's like it's not just silly. It's like it's like
it's completely ahistorical. Yeah, it's completely ahistorical.
Explain to me like I'm 5. Like, do you really believe that? Did Europe have a moment of peace?
Hold on, pause. Real quick. Before Europe showed up, we're talking about the Ottoman Empire. Real quick. What was the greatest, most powerful slave trading empire in all of human history? I'll wait. Rothbard.
Yeah.
I'll wait. What empire? Where was the empire where 1/3 of all European castles were built to defend from their slave raids? Where was that empire? Was that in the Middle East somewhere?
We don't hear about a lot of raids, but I'll finish with this. One of the facts I'm going to present is that, history. Let's say a village gets raided. We don't hear about it in history, because why would we? Who would write about it? Some village got raided in Syria today by some bandits. We wouldn't know about it. So how do we know about a village raid in 1830? In the year 1830, we know about it because people from the period complained for 30 days to the Turkish authorities before they received relief. And all the letters are available. They're like saying, we've been attacked. Help. Oh, by the way, it's day 2. We've been attacked again. Help. 30 of those letters. Eventually, letters are coming in from all over. All of that is historical record. And now we have like the famous, sacking of a city that lasted 30 days. That was during the quote-unquote peaceful period. It's all nonsense. I love it, but it's very annoying to write about because somebody can say a statement like Rothbard did, and then you have to spend hours of doing research because I can't like make erroneous statements like he does. And that's like very painful because I respect the fella.
But yeah,
You know?
that was my whole point, right? Was just, I don't know. Disagree with me, agree with me, whatever. I think open borders is really, really, really important thing to defeat. Mostly the thing that I hate more than the actual position that I believe is wrong, the open borders position that I believe is wrong. So let's say I even believe that you're right. The thing I hate more than anything is actually the same thing you hate. Why are we using the same fucking name to describe something that is completely different than what all the Marxists and globalists want? Pick a new fucking name for your position, right? Because
Private borders.
saying I'm pro open borders, you're allying, you're the 0.1% allying with Klaus Schwab's like design to try and forcibly bring in as many people as we can so that they can begin to vote socialist, so that we can destroy private property rights. Like that is the goal.
And when you say private borders, you instantly trigger all of those same people against you, which is perfect because that's what you're supposed to be doing. That's your job.
Right. Those are the people you're supposed to be fucking fighting. Not me.
You're supposed to be fighting those people. And you should tell them that exclusion, we are fighting for the right to exclude. And that means for the right for irrational people to exclude for irrational reasons. We don't believe in your, egalitarianism nonsense. If people want to exclude for silly reasons, they can. That's the whole point. So, yes, I agree. The naming is really bad. The allies are awful. The optics are awful. And that's why I'm highly suspect of people who don't provide solutions. They say your solution is bad, therefore we shouldn't do anything. What kind of nonsense is that?
I agree with the Hoppian solution, right? Which is a state policy. In the meantime, obviously the only solution is, of course, the trust system, and then utilizing trusts to split up property appropriately as the state devolves. That being said, as a state policy, like I think the most libertarian state policy as the state devolves is Hoppa's solution. Absolutely. I think that ought to be the situation that we use to resolve the crisis, which is an invitee system. Anybody can come so long as someone invites them and is willing to co-sign on whatever payments they may pay, etc. in the future.
Which is exactly how I came into the United States, by the way.
Right. Yeah, invitee is that is a portion of the immigration system. It's just minuscule now that we have a fucking southern border that has brought in 7.2 million people during the Biden administration, including a bunch of fucking Chinese spies, by the way.
Let's settle this.
I don't know.
Do you remember there was a post where the red-headed libertarian,
probably not, but she blocked me a long time ago.
Oh, you'll love
She
this
blocked
story.
me when Clint Russell blocked me because
you'll
I
love this
dared
story,
challenge
man.
Clint Russell in Israel at all. He immediately was like, "Fuck you! You're a fucking Israel lover shill." Blocked. And then at the exact same time, the same day that he blocked me for being too pro-Israel, fucking Deb Philman blocked me and still won't talk to me and has me blocked and refuses to communicate with me for not being pro-Israel enough.
I told her you're good, but she's like, I'll talk to her again, maybe. We should do a show with her. We should do a show
so
with her.
fucking pro-Israel, like compared to any other libertarian out there.
Give her a little bit of content on the topic. But listen, there was this amazing story. There was a WASP, right? A libtard woman who has accepted some.
Really have to go after this.
Some migrants into her home, and the video shows that they're cooking for her. She's giving them.
I've seen that. I've seen the video. I know the video you're talking about.
It's such a brilliant video.
She's like, I love that they come in and cook for me. Like it's like having a restaurant.
I love
and then everyone's like, and then like some of the people, like the lefties, were like, hey, I know this is supposed to be based, but kind of feels like she just got a free maid / cook. Like this feels a little racist. Like the left really didn't like it because it was like she was like working for them, and they were kind of like, that's fucking. But like, no, that's the libertarian position, like without a doubt.
I don't understand why so many libertarians and right-wingers were against this. This is what we're making them fun. Like we were making fun of those people for
Because-
putting those migrants in a hotel instead of giving them residence and trading with them. She was literally trading with them. It was like
Yeah, I think-
voluntary trade.
The problem is that every person that you bring in currently is one more straw on the camel's back, which is our entire economy, because of the way the welfare system and the property rights violations laws and everything is set up, is that it is just putting a straw. Every immigrant is a straw, and we're just waiting to see how many it takes. Apparently 7.2 million isn't enough yet, but we know that, we know that eventually the whole thing collapses. And it's designed that way, to collapse. And then that collapse can be a crisis that the big daddy government gets to come in and go, oh, you guys in a crisis? Your economic crisis? Oh, sounds like you need some central banking digital currencies and universal basic income to solve this crisis. And then all the open borders libertarians are going to be like, fucking, well, that's totally different from what we advocated for. And I'm like, fucking no, it's not.
This is why, if you're serious about this, you should study foreign languages or implement AI to translate for you and create good texts for those incoming migrants to get them up to libertarian standards as soon as possible, to get them armed and anti-government as soon as possible, and that will stop the government from investing in migration so much. Immediately.
Just find the Chinese young men that are coming across the border and just fucking destroy all that Chi-Com propaganda. Turn all those fucking smart Chinese spies into fucking libertarians.
Yes.
Because they'll succeed. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I'm just going to make the decision to be like, bye, guys. It's been over 5 hours, and I have to talk in 14 hours. I will be back with Jack Lloyd. So, love you guys. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Join the Discord. Give us a like. Give me a sub, because we're not at 2K subs. I don't think. I have to check, but I've been hovering at 1995 subs for forever. For when I keep losing and gaining sub. 1997. We're 3 away from 2K. If you're not subbed, fucking sub. Actually, don't sub unless you're actually going to watch the content and turn the notifications on. I want you to do both, but if you're not gonna, then don't sub. But I love you guys. See you guys tomorrow, or later if you're in the Discord. Peace. Yeah, I just ended it. I was like.